Chapter 1192. Zi Chen was pleasantly surprised by the effects brought about by the successful fusion of the 6 wings. It could even be said that he was ecstatic. With the fusion of the 6 wings, his battle strength had increased by a level. The Thunder Clan's supreme treasure, the Heavenly Thunder Wings, was naturally worthy of its reputation. Moreover, there was a very obvious, black, demonic qi on the wings that had yet to be completely dispelled. Once Zi Chen completely dispelled the demonic qi, the 6 wings would probably still have room to grow. With the fusion of the 6 wings and the increase in battle strength, there was no point in continuing to stay in the periphery. No matter what was waiting for them in the depths, they had to go in. Under Zi Chen's signal, the devil ape quickly entered the Sky Stream Mountains. After seeing the 2 towering peaks in the distance, the devil ape felt a wave of pressure. At the same time, it transmitted a message to Zi Chen. There should be many experts hidden here. I feel a very oppressive aura. There must be emptiness realm experts, and maybe even corporeal realm experts. No worries. Find what you want first. Zi Chen replied. If it was before, he would naturally be somewhat wary of corporeal realm experts. However, with the help of the Thunderwings, he now had the strength of the emptiness realm. Although he didn't dare to say that he could kill corporeal realm experts, he could at least protect himself. He's here, he's here. The hidden experts of the Demon Clan all exclaimed when they saw the arrival of the devil ape. Be careful. Don't let him detect you. Let him pass. Moat transmitted a message. The devil ape quickly arrived at the foot of the Sky Stream Mountains. The entrance to the Sky Stream Mountains was between the 2 towering peaks. As for behind the peaks, there was only darkness, as if there was nothingness. With a flash of light, Zi Chen appeared. Sure enough, as soon as he appeared, he felt an indescribable pressure. Zi Chen smiled bitterly and said, This is the invisible pressure created by the gathering of experts. It seems that not only is there a corporeal realm expert in the dark, there is more than one. As for emptiness realm experts, there are even more. Then what should we do? The devil ape asked. Zi Chen swept a glance into the distance and said, They haven't made a move yet. They must be very interested in what you have. The battle should be happening inside. When the time comes, you have to be careful. If possible, I will stop them first, and you can find it yourself. The devilish ape nodded. As the demonic ape strode forward, the seal of the Sky Stream mountain range appeared. Many years ago, many cultivators had tried to break the seal, but they had not been able to do so. Instead, they had almost caused the Sky Stream mountain range to disappear. The demonic ape's hands moved about in the void, using its own blood to draw out an imprint. This was something from its inherited memories. The imprint moved forward and fused with the seal in front of it. A short moment later, the seal began to tremble. Then, like a wave of water, it parted to both sides, revealing a massive door. The devilish ape and Zi Chen looked at each other and entered. Just as the 2 of them entered, many black shadows flashed and disappeared. After breaking the seal and entering the mountain stream, the 2 of them heard the rumbling sound of water flowing. That was the sound of water flowing down from the mountain peak, forming 2 waterfalls. The sound of the waterfalls was extremely loud, and the water was also pure black, but it contained extremely pure spiritual energy. This is spiritual water. Zi Chen was puzzled. This is the demonic spring. Back then, the experts of our demonic ape clan spent a lot of effort to build it, the devilish ape explained. The effect of this demonic spring is equivalent to that of liquefied origin energy, but its effect is better. It consumes a lot of origin energy, but as long as you drink some of this demonic spring, your origin energy will naturally recover. When Zi Chen heard this, a shocked expression appeared on his face. He asked, Any realm is fine. The devilish ape thought for a moment and said, Any realm below the heaven realm should be fine. Zi Chen's eyes immediately lit up. He said, Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take it. Are you waiting for them to take it? With that, Zi-chan rushed toward the demonic spring. And these mana sources, which formed waterfalls and rivers, were simply inexhaustible. Looking at the anxious Zi-chan, the corners of the devilish ape's mouth twitched. He said, "This demonic spring is unique to the demon race. It's useless to humans." Ah, Zi-chan was stunned. Then his face was full of disappointment. Seeing that Zi-chan's temperament was similar to that of a monk, the devilish ape couldn't help but laugh. Then he quickly went forward and took some of the demonic spring. "Why didn't you take all of it?" Zi-chan asked, puzzled. "This is something our ancestors created. Outsiders can't take it. As for those people, they can at most take some of it." After taking the demonic spring, the two went deep into the mountain stream. In the distance, many demon race experts looked at the two with an itch in their hearts. They couldn't wait to kick them away because they had been eyeing the demonic spring for a long time. When the two finally went deep, the others breathed a sigh of relief and quickly flashed to the two waterfalls. Then, one after another, they began to wantonly take the demonic spring as much as they could. In the demon race, this kind of thing was definitely a high-grade luxury. Even the human race couldn't take it out. Only the earth race could use it. However, the demonic spring was very rare. In the entire Dark Continent, the largest demonic spring belonged to the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline. It actually formed two waterfalls. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. As many people greedily took the demonic spring, it was obvious that the demonic spring was decreasing. However, these people didn't have the awareness to stop while they were ahead. They just wanted to take all the demonic spring. Rumble. Rumble! Suddenly, the two mountains started to tremble violently as if there was an earthquake. Many demonic springs also started to tremble violently because of the tremors, splashing many small drops of water. What's going on? Did we trigger something? Everyone was puzzled and shocked. The speed of taking the demonic spring increased by a lot. However, while the mountains were trembling, the demonic spring had already dried up. Then, the two physical mountains gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The mountains and the demonic spring disappeared together. Everyone was dumbfounded and stared in disbelief. An emptiness realm expert suddenly cursed. Damn it. It must be the restriction set by the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline back then. It's gone. So many demonic springs are gone. While the mountains were trembling, Zi-chan and the demonic ape had already gone deep into a dense forest. The forest was filled with ancient, pitch-black trees that towered into the sky and blotted out the sun. Every ancient tree exuded an extremely dense demonic spring. This caused the demonic spring here to be much denser than the outside world. If the demon race cultivated here, they would definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. The demonic ape pointed at the ancient trees and said, "These are all demonic ancient trees. They can exude an extremely dense demonic spring. Every one of them would be a supreme treasure in the outside world. Even reality realm experts would fight to the death for them." These ancient trees were very mystical. However, they weren't the only ones here. Thus, Zi-chan said, "There should be quite a few reality realm experts here this time. These things don't seem to have any seals. I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate to leave them here." The demonic ape smiled and said, "Don't worry. No one can take these things away except for me. Even the demonic springs from before have already disappeared. Let's go. This isn't even the most mystical part. I'll take you to see a supreme treasure that even those below the heaven realm would go crazy for. A supreme treasure that even those below the heaven realm would go crazy for." Seeing the demonic ape so certain, Zi-chan's face immediately lit up with curiosity. As they went deeper into the forest, Zi-chan saw large patches of medicinal fields. The ancient herbs in these fields were undoubtedly black. It wasn't quite right to call them ancient herbs. They should be called ancient herb kings, ancient herb sovereigns, or ancient herb spirits. After being nourished by demonic spring for more than 100,000 years, The age of these ancient herbs had undoubtedly exceeded their original age. They had all lived for hundreds of thousands of years. In addition, Zichen also saw many manifested creatures besides some of the ancient herbs. These creatures didn't panic when they saw people and were playing in the fields. Looking at the medicinal field, the demonic apes said, "These things were planted by the seniors of our sky shatter lineage at great cost. Back then, they should have been multicolored. However, after being affected by demonic power, they mutated. Still, their effects are definitely not weak." Zichen saw that there were at least dozens of stalks in the medicinal fields that were surging with pure rule power. He immediately sighed and said, "The things here can be called a land of treasures." Following the path, they passed through a medicinal field and arrived at an arched bridge. Under the bridge, a black river flowed. Something that could appear here was naturally not an ordinary river. This was a black demonic spring that was second only to the demonic springs. It was very useful for cultivators below the Earth Prime stage. However, it was obvious that these things were only decorations here. The black river emitted light. Vaguely, one could see pieces of black crystals within it. These were crystals formed from demonic spring that were too pure. The two of them passed through the arch bridge and saw numerous buildings. Those were all black castles that should be where the heaven-rending battle ape bloodline lived. However, there weren't many castles. There were only a dozen or so. Seeming to have guessed Zichen's doubts, the demonic ape explained, "Our heaven-rending battle ape bloodline has very few people, and our descendants are pitifully few. According to our inherited memories, when we were at our peak, we didn't even have more than 20 people. These castles are mostly occupied by servants. As a higher life form, it was understandable that the heaven-rending battle apes were so few in number. It was just like the dragon tiger sovereign and the flying divine tiger. There was no second heaven-rending battle ape in the entire martial heaven continent. The two of them passed by a large hall. The demonic ape pointed at it and said, "There are quite a few earth armaments in there. If you need them, you can go and take a few." "Earth armaments?" Zichen frowned. "Don't earth armaments dissipate when their master dies?" The demonic ape said, "Those aren't pure earth armaments. They are earth armaments used by beasts. Some of them have sealed their beast souls within them. Although they aren't pure, their power is definitely not small." The demonic ape's words confirmed Zichen's guess. Once a beast reached the Earth Prime level, it would become one with its weapon. However, if it was killed and its soul sealed within an Earth armament, it would become an Earth armament. The only difference was that this Earth armament couldn't continue to evolve. It could only remain an Earth armament. Zichen shook his head. "Forget it. I have quite a few Earth armaments, and they aren't weak." Chapter 1193. Zichen and the demon ape walked forward, chatting and laughing. Zichen would occasionally be surprised and exclaim in amazement. The demon ape was casually explaining. The two of them were like tourists who came to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Compared to Zichen and the devil ape, Lord Devil and the other princes, as well as the experts who came later, lost their composure. Each of them had an ugly expression on their faces. When they saw the Black Forest, they rushed forward excitedly, but they encountered a seal. They roared in anger and attacked the seal with all their might, not caring if their identities were exposed. This is the demonic ancient tree. It's definitely a rare treasure in the world. Break it open. Bang, bang, bang. Prince Moat of the Power Demon tribe coveted these treasures. He signaled everyone to attack with all their might. In fact, he didn't need to give the order. All the experts who recognized these treasures attacked at the same time. The few corporeal realm experts were especially diligent because they were the only ones who could use these treasures. Unfortunately, the seal was very strange. It was very difficult to break open. After attacking for a long time, the seal finally loosened. "Good. Go all out. Go all out." Moat's eyes lit up as he commanded loudly. The other princes shouted as well. Although they were princes, they were only at the earth realm. Therefore, they could only watch and leave the attacks to the corporeal and virtual realm experts. When they saw the restriction loosen, they weren't the only ones who were overjoyed. Even the void and corporeal realm experts' expressions changed. Swoosh! But before the smiles on their faces could bloom, they saw the entire mana ancient tree begin to tremble and disappear amidst the tremors. Everyone was shocked. They shouted and rushed toward the demonic ancient tree, but they missed. The demonic ancient tree was gone. Everyone was furious and wanted to curse at the sky, but it was indeed gone. Crying was useless. Helpless, they could only continue forward. Then they saw the ancient herb field. Looking at the sprites jumping in the field, looking at the pure power of rules emitted by the sprites, the prince's eyes were wide open. Hurry, hurry! Break these seals and get the ancient herbs. I will definitely break through to the virtual realm. Yes, that's right. Hurry up and break this place. The group of princes shouted anxiously. There were many ancient medicine spirits here, and they could indeed help them break through quickly. Thus, these illusory and corporeal realms experts continued to attack the medicine field. However, the situation was almost the same as before. Just as the restrictions on the medicinal field were loosened, the medicinal field disappeared. When the princes saw this scene, they were about to cry. It was said that it could happen once or twice, but it definitely couldn't happen 3 or 4 times. But now they kept seeing good things again and again, and every time they were about to gain something, the good thing would suddenly disappear. This feeling of seeing but not being able to get it made them want to vomit blood. As a result, a very strange scene appeared. They walked across the arch bridge, and the bridge disappeared along with the river below. Even if it was an ornamental object, they did not obtain it. After passing through the ancient castle, it disappeared. In the end, they looked at a spatial barrier and a void. The group of princes couldn't see anything, and the emptiness realm expert also looked at the void in confusion. However, when the reality realm expert saw it, his entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning. He didn't move at all, and his body trembled violently. It's the void. A reality realm expert was so excited that he couldn't speak. The void tree. It's the void tree. The second reality realm expert was very excited, but fortunately he was able to speak clearly. What? The tree of void? This is the legendary tree of void? There's actually a void tree here? This is too unbelievable. When the others heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Extreme shock appeared on their faces. At this moment, there was a small green tree floating quietly in the sky. The small tree seemed to have been planted into the void. Its roots couldn't be seen, only its roots and leaves could be seen. The small tree was only 2 meters tall, but it was very mystical. Its entire body shone with a brilliant light, and its leaves swayed continuously, releasing waves of the power of rules. The void tree was originally planted in the void, and then it absorbed power from the void to strengthen a certain space. If an emptiness realm expert planted the void tree in his own space, then the void tree would quickly absorb the power of the void and solidify the space it was in. Finally, it would turn from void to reality and become a reality realm expert. If an emptiness realm expert planted the void tree in his reality realm space, then the void tree would absorb the power of the void and strengthen the space, causing the reality realm space to grow rapidly. This would then increase the strength of the emptiness realm expert, allowing him to advance to another level. To an earth realm expert, this was a true treasure. However, it was temporarily useless to an earth realm expert. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed when they saw the void tree planted in the void. The emptiness realm experts, who were originally on the same side, were now on guard against each other. The emptiness realm experts were also divided into several factions. Oh my God, it's the void tree. It's a teleportation existence, and it's something from another world. With this tree, we can save a lot of time on cultivation. This is also a rare treasure in the earth realm. Yes, this is indeed an extremely rare treasure. The princes were still in shock. They did not notice the subtle change in the atmosphere around them. Moat of the Power Demon clan sensed it. He frowned and said, "What's wrong with all of you? Don't forget our goal. We should all be on the same side." The other princes also reacted. However, in front of such a treasure, who could remain calm? They all had their own thoughts and did not speak immediately. "Let's think of a way to get the void tree down first," said Moat. "What happens after we get it down?" asked one of the princes. "Let's get it down first. If we really get it down, then whoever wants it will have to pay the price," said Moat with a frown. "Price? What price?" One of the princes sneered. "Everyone knows that this thing is priceless. Who can pay the price to get it? Or rather, what can buy it?" Moat glanced at the prince and said with dissatisfaction, "Let's get it down first. Did you forget what happened before? Don't be disappointed. Besides, our goal is to kill Zichin and obtain everything here. We can't turn hostile over a void tree." When the prince heard this, an awkward expression immediately appeared on his face. The others also smiled, and the originally tense atmosphere gradually eased up. Everyone was still worried about each other. Therefore, two corporeal realm powerhouses flew into the air and supported their physical space to get the void tree down. However, just like before, the void tree disappeared. Everything was like a bubble, causing everyone to rejoice in vain. However, this time, in the face of such a treasure, there were not many people who were disappointed. Instead, they felt somewhat lucky. After all, no one could obtain it, so there was naturally no dispute. After that, they discovered a few more amazing things, but they didn't obtain any of them. While they were disappointed and disheartened, they also hoped that they could obtain control of this place. At that time, everything would be theirs. The sky-splitting battle ape clan's territory was not large. After walking for a while deeper into the mountain stream, they almost reached the end of the area. Suddenly, an oppressive aura appeared between heaven and earth. This was the aura of a great evil, but also the aura of a great treasure. After sensing this aura, everyone's expression changed. Then, they quickly rushed forward. After speeding up, they entered the depths of the mountain stream and saw Zichin and the devil ape. At this moment, the two of them were standing side by side, looking forward at the same time. Following their gazes, there was a large, open space. The ground was covered with black stones. In the middle of the stones was a long black stick. The oppressive aura came from the black stick. This is the sky-splitting battle ape clan's treasure, the sky-splitting stick. That's right, this is their sky-splitting stick. I didn't expect it to be here all this time. The group of devils suddenly became excited when they saw the sky splitter. They had a faint guess in their hearts that after obtaining the sky splitter, they might be able to gain control of the sky splitter lineage. At that time, everything would be theirs. Therefore, without another word, they immediately flew forward. The sound of breaking air rang out. All the demons moved. In an instant, they surpassed Zichin and the devil ape and rushed towards the sky-splitting stick. Just as they arrived in front of the sky-splitting stick, a powerful aura came from it. Under this powerful aura, everyone's expression changed. Then they were sent flying by the force of the impact. After being sent flying, they coughed up blood again. The group of demons immediately had looks of shock on their faces. Although reality did not cough up blood, he was also sent flying. Zichin turned around and swept a glance at the demons. He said mockingly, "If it was so easy to obtain, do you think you would have the chance to see the sky-splitting stick?" "Zichin, don't be so smug. Today is the day you die." Demon looked at Zichin with eyes full of killing intent. Zichin said mockingly, "You're just a loser. You better be careful. If I have the chance this time, I will definitely kill you." Demon laughed disdainfully. "You won't have the chance. You, on the other hand, will definitely die today." Zichin snorted and turned to look at the demon ape. "All right, let's go." The devil ape nodded and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Step by step, he walked towards the sky-splitting stick. The moment the devil ape stepped forward, the sky-splitting stick released a dazzling light. This light was like a light shield that covered a radius of several hundred meters. Under this light shield, the devil ape felt the pressure increase greatly. As if this was a test, the devil ape stepped in. Zi-chan hesitated for a moment before also entering. However, after entering, Zi-chan felt a strange power on his body. Then, most of the power in his body was sealed. This discovery did not disappoint Zi-chan. Instead, his eyes lit up. This was because he knew that suppressing most of his power was not a bad thing for him. In fact, it was an advantage. This way, he could guarantee that the devil ape would obtain the sky-splitting stick. Chapter 1194. As soon as these demons entered, they cried out because they had lost their power. However, they quickly adapted. Not all of their power had been lost, but it was greatly suppressed. Everyone entered one after another and headed toward the sky splitter. Zi-chan stepped forward and stopped a virtual realm demon. Get lost! Killing intent flashed in the eyes of this virtual realm demon. He propped up the suppressed virtual realm and mobilized the virtual rules to attack Zi-chan. When Zi-chan appeared, he also clenched his fist, mobilized the destructive rules in his body, and punched his opponent. Boom! The two attacks collided in the sky and exploded with a loud bang. With the two of them as the epicenter, a powerful force swept out in all directions. Zi-chan's body merely swayed slightly before he neutralized this force. On the other hand, the emptiness stage existence was forcefully blasted out of the pressurizing light barrier by Zi-chan's punch. Damn it! After the virtual realm demon was blasted out, the suppressed power around him was released. Then he mobilized the virtual rules to attack Zi-chan. However, just as his attack touched the light shield, it silently dissipated. The virtual realm demon was very unwilling. Then he propped up the virtual space that was hundreds of meters wide and wanted to envelop the entire light shield. However, as the virtual space expanded and extended to the entire light shield, a powerful force appeared. Puff! The virtual realm demon instantly suffered a backlash. Then he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The virtual space collapsed, and his face was filled with shock. The virtual realm demon was blasted out of the light shield by Zi-chan. Now that he had suffered a great loss, he was extremely angry. However, Zi-chan obviously didn't have the mood to care about his opponent. After he blasted the virtual realm demon away with one punch, Zi-chan rushed toward the second virtual realm demon. Although his power was suppressed, his strong body still existed, so his speed was very fast. When he arrived in front of the second virtual realm demon, he threw out another punch. Golden light flashed, and the fist radiance appeared. With a loud bang, the second virtual realm demon cried out and retreated from the light shield. Ah! The virtual realm demon cried out in anger. However, he couldn't do anything to Zi-chan in the light shield. Boom! The fist radiance appeared again, and the sound of the explosion was still the same. The third emptiness realm expert was sent flying. At this moment, there were a total of 8 virtual realm experts in the team. Zi-chan glanced coldly at Emote, who had just stepped out of the light shield, and said coldly, "You think very highly of me. You actually found 8 virtual realm experts and 3 corporeal realm experts." Emote had already rushed in earlier, but when he saw how powerful Zi-chan was, killing an emptiness realm expert with a single punch, a look of shock appeared on his face, and he quickly ran out. He was afraid that Zi-chan would kill him with one punch. After knowing Zi-chan for so long, he naturally knew that Zi-chan had the ability to do so. However, he wasn't afraid as he stood outside the light barrier. He looked at Zi-chan and said indifferently, "Zi-chan, today is the day you die. These people are here to kill you." Zi-chan glanced at Devil with disdain and said, "Come in yourself if you have the ability." Emote said, "I don't want to kill you with my own hands." Zi-chan didn't care about Emote anymore. While speaking, he didn't stay idle. He knocked out the fourth virtual realm expert and then walked towards the fifth. Boom! Fist radiance appeared, and the sound of tremors could be heard. Another virtual realm expert was knocked out. Boom! Boom! Then, the sound of tremors could be heard again. 8 virtual realm experts were knocked out one after another. Zi Chen's strength had already frightened the other princes. They followed Mot's footsteps and ran out. This Zi Chen is too scary. Yeah, he is just a human. How can he be so strong? Scary, really scary. He can knock out an virtual realm expert with one punch. If he were to fight us, wouldn't he kill us with one punch? The princes' hearts palpitated. Mote said indifferently, "Of course, Zi Chen's strength is unquestionable. However, you don't have to worry. He will die today. 8 virtual realm experts and 3 corporeal realm experts. How can they not kill an earth realm expert?" Yes, Zi Chen will die. The other princes immediately nodded. Those who weren't convinced of Zi Chen's strength at first had to admit that Zi Chen wasn't just a little stronger than them, but in many ways. One of the princes suddenly pointed at the light barrier and said, "Look, this damn thing is rushing towards the corporeal realm experts." Inside the light barrier, Zi Chen knocked back 8 virtual realm experts. Then he moved towards the 3 corporeal realm experts. His originally calm expression turned serious. He is going to die if he goes after the corporeal realm experts. That's right. I really hope the corporeal realm experts can kill him in one blow. The princes in the outside world said coldly. Their eyes were fixed on Zi Chen, who was approaching the corporeal realm. As Zi Chen approached the corporeal realm expert, the corner of the corporeal realm expert's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Then he activated his corporeal realm in front of Zi Chen. Following that, he mobilized the corporeal realm's power one after another, gathering it in his hand and attacking Zi Chen. This was the power of the corporeal realm. It was also the materialized spatial precepts. It contained a powerful force. Zi Chen felt a dangerous aura from this attack. He knew that if he continued to hide his strength, he would die without a doubt. Therefore, his pupils shrank. 6 wings appeared on his back, and he mobilized the void precepts from them. Zi Chen's destruction precepts were integrated into the void precepts. Under the influence of these 2 powers, an aura second only to the corporeal space precepts emanated from Zi Chen's fist. Zi Chen clenched his fist and punched forward. The powerful force caused the void to tremble. Boom! The fist and the palm collided, and a violent vibration sounded out. Zi Chen felt a strong force coming towards him, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. With every step he took, a strong force rushed towards the ground from his feet. Zi Chen took 7 steps back. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. There was a trace of shock on his solemn expression. He didn't expect the corporeal realm expert to be so powerful. His strength was clearly suppressed, but he still had such means. Zi Chen took 7 steps back, and the corporeal realm expert took 3 steps back. In contrast to the shock in Zi Chen's eyes, the corporeal realm expert's eyes were filled with astonishment. He was astonished that Zi Chen's attack contained a strange power. This power seemed to be the void precepts, but it also didn't seem like it. In the outside world, the group of princes were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when they saw the scene. How is this possible? The corporeal realm's attack didn't kill Zi Chen. Not only did he not kill him, the power of Zi Chen's attack just now was not any weaker than the corporeal realm experts. The 2 of them are evenly matched. Zi Chen is only slightly weaker. The group of princes was extremely shocked. Even the Earth Prime experts behind them, who had come to make up the numbers, were shocked beyond belief. The Devil Ape was the first to step forward. However, due to the difference in strength, he didn't have much of an advantage. The 2 corporeal realm experts were increasing their speed. They were getting closer and closer to the sky splitter. Cold sweat was clearly appearing on the Devil Ape's forehead. "Don't rush. Take it slow. Zi Chen's voice rang out. He then mobilized the void precepts and turned towards the second corporeal realm expert. Blood boiled within Zi Chen's body. Golden light radiated from within him. Every step he took consumed a great deal of energy. Therefore, every step he took caused the ground to tremble. His footwork was relatively fast. He soon arrived in front of the second corporeal realm expert. Just like before, Zi Chen used his full strength. The void precepts in his 6 wings were completely mobilized to the limits of his body's capacity. He then merged them with the destruction precepts. Boom! Another powerful exchange of blows caused the entire light barrier to tremble. Cracks appeared on the ground that was enveloped by the barrier. Zi Chen suffered a heavy blow because of the tremendous force. As he retreated, deep footprints appeared on the ground. This time, Zi Chen was still injured. However, he had successfully forced the corporeal realm expert to retreat. Although it was only a few steps, it was extremely crucial for the devil ape. After that, Zi Chen wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and resolutely walked towards the third corporeal realm expert. "How are you?" the devil ape asked worriedly. "Don't worry. I won't die." Zi Chen suppressed the blood that was about to come out of his mouth. Zi Chen arrived in front of the third corporeal realm expert. When he saw the latter's cold expression, the corporeal realm expert sneered. "Kid, you've already been injured twice. However, you've always been suppressing it. This time, even if I can't kill you, I can definitely severely injure you." As soon as he finished speaking, the corporeal realm expert attacked. The precepts of space flashed, and a powerful force appeared once again. Zi Chen gritted his teeth again. He gathered the power of the void and punched towards the attack. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The light barrier trembled, and the powerful force dissipated. Uft! Zi Chen could no longer suppress his injuries. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Zi Chen fell to the ground and did not get up for a moment. When Devil saw this, his expression became agitated. He quickly said, "Kill Zi Chen first. Kill him first." "That's right, let's kill Zi Chen first," another prince agreed. Zi Chen was too much of a threat to them. They could only be at ease if Zi Chen died. However, at this moment, the sky splitter was right in front of them. No one would waste time killing Zi Chen. The devil ape was hesitating. At this moment, Zi Chen looked up at the devil ape and said, "Take the sky splitter first." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Chen stood up with difficulty. He mobilized the precepts of life to repair his body. Then he walked step by step towards the corporeal realm expert. "Don't go over. You will die." The devil ape said loudly, "I will stop them for you." Zi Chen's words were firm. "No, the difference in realms is too great." The devil ape shouted. Zi Chen did not listen at all. He approached another corporeal realm expert. However, the other party only sneered and sent Zi Chen flying. Zi Chen coughed up blood again. However, he had successfully stopped another corporeal realm expert. However, there were 3 corporeal realm experts. Zi Chen could only stop one at a time. It was very difficult for him to stop all 3 of them. As for the devil ape, he seemed to be under much more pressure than an ordinary person. He could not get close to the sky splitter. Zi Chen was sent flying again. His face was pale and his injuries were extremely serious. In the outside world, Mot and the others' expressions continuously changed, and they all wanted to go up and kill Zi Chen. However, before they could do anything, the 8 emptiness realm experts who had been humiliated earlier came in again and headed towards Zi Chen. Damn it! The devil ape's expression was conflicted. However, in the end, he steeled his heart and turned around, heading towards Zi Chen. "What are you doing?" Seeing the devil ape suddenly turn around, Zi Chen was shocked. "I can give up the inheritance, but you cannot die. Let's go. I don't want the sky splitter anymore." As he spoke, the devil ape strode towards Zi Chen and helped him up. Chapter 1195. The 8 Emptiness Realm Experts surrounded Zichin. The demon ape gave up on the sky splitter and dashed toward Zichin. Seeing this, the eyes of Emote and the others lit up. They also rushed toward Zichin. At the same time, a corporeal realm expert approached the sky splitter. Let's go. The demon ape quickly arrived in front of Zichin and supported Zichin with one hand. At the same time, a black rod appeared in his hand. He waved the long rod and activated the power of rules in his body, smashing it toward an emptiness realm expert. Boom! The powerful strike shook the void. The emptiness realm expert was hit by the demon ape. He felt as if a giant mountain had hit him. He was sent flying before he could react. Bang! The demon ape then smashed the second emptiness realm expert with the rod. At this moment, the demon ape's expression was cold and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was extremely fierce. He smashed one emptiness realm expert at a time. He was no weaker than Zichin. The emptiness realm experts were sent flying by the demon ape one after another until all 8 emptiness realm experts were sent flying. The princes who thought they had a chance to kill Zichin also stopped when they saw the demon ape. They stared at the demon ape in shock. What's going on? Why is the sky splitter battle ape so fierce? Everyone was in disbelief. The sky splitter battle ape was a high-level life form and was no weaker than Longhu and the others. It was even more terrifying after awakening its inherited memories. Unfortunately, the sky splitter battle ape had not appeared in this area for many years. Therefore, people gradually forgot the glory and power of the sky splitter battle ape. What should we do? The princes hesitated. They were afraid of Zichin and thought that Zichin could kill them with one punch. But at this moment, when they saw the demonic ape swinging its staff around, they were afraid that the demonic ape could kill them with a single strike. Everyone's attention fell on Emote, waiting for him to make a decision. Emote looked at the demon ape with murderous intent in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's retreat first." Without waiting for the other princes to react, he was the first to turn around and run out of the light shield. The other princes reacted and fled with him with a strange cry. This was because behind them, the devil ape had already supported Zichin and was heading towards them. The group of princes were extremely nervous. The emptiness realm experts were so scared that they didn't dare to enter. At this moment, everyone's hopes were placed on the 3 corporeal realm experts. As long as they obtained the sky splitter and successfully took control of this place, these 2 would definitely die. Finally, a corporeal realm expert approached the sky splitter. He couldn't help but let out a complacent laugh. The sky splitter was the supreme treasure of the sky splitter battle ape lineage. Even he coveted it. After everyone heard this laughter, they all looked towards the sky splitter. Zichin and the demon ape also subconsciously turned their heads. When reality arrived in front of the sky splitter, all he had to do was stretch out his hand and grab the sky splitter. In the next moment, the heavens and earth seemed to lose their color as the winds and clouds stirred, announcing that the sky splitter had a new master. In everyone's imagination, perhaps there would even be rainbow-colored clouds in the sky to witness this extraordinary event. However, that wasn't the case. The heavens and earth didn't lose their color, the winds didn't blow, the clouds didn't move, and there were no rainbow-colored clouds to witness this. Before reality could reach out to grab the sky splitter, a large hand suddenly appeared on the sky splitter. The large hand seemed to have appeared from the void and grabbed the sky splitter. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Here, when did another person appear? The large hand was pitch black like a claw. After grabbing the sky splitter, the void tore open and a figure appeared. This was a black figure that was much taller than the demonic ape. It was a sky-splitting battle ape, but it had a long beard. Its speed was extremely slow, as if it was an old man with one foot in the grave. It was sloppy. When he appeared, he used the sky splitter's power to force his way out of the black hole. It looked very comical. However, at this moment, everyone was very surprised by the old ape's appearance. They didn't have time to laugh. The old ape appeared, holding the sky splitter in his hand. At the same time, he stared at Reality in front of him. Reality also stared at the old ape. His expression seemed to be saying, "You took my item. Why are you staring at me?" The old ape asked. The corner of Reality's mouth twitched. He said angrily, "That's mine." "What's yours?" The old ape asked again. The sky splitter is mine," the old ape said. The old ape didn't seem to have woken up at first, but when he heard the word sky splitter, he suddenly woke up. His eyes widened with anger. He shouted, "What did you say?" Reality said word by word, "This sky splitter is mine." The old ape was really furious. He shouted again, "Do you dare to say that again?" Reality began to mobilize the power around him. He said coldly, "It's mine, mine, mine." Boom! The old ape was furious. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. He was furious because of Reality's words. He gripped the sky splitter tightly and suddenly swung it at Reality. It was also at this moment that Reality launched a powerful attack at the old ape. Boom! The old ape's strike had the power to destroy heaven and earth and extinguish everything in its path. When the strike struck the corporeal powerhouse's attack, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, destroying the corporeal powerhouse's attack. At the same time, the sky splitter didn't slow down and hit Reality's body. Pum! Another rumble was heard as the corporeal realm expert was sent flying by the staff. In the field, the moment the old ape picked up the sky splitter, the light barrier disappeared. Everyone regained their freedom, but their eyes were still on the old ape. As the old ape swung the staff, a powerful force shook the field. Everyone's surprised expressions immediately turned into horror. Uft! Reality was sent flying. He coughed up blood and flew 100 meters before collapsing. After Reality fell, he didn't get up again. He had been killed by the old ape with a single attack. Everyone was stunned when they felt Reality's life aura disappear. The old ape, who was originally sloppy and careless, now exuded a powerful aura. This aura made everyone tremble. This scene caused everyone's expression to change. "You dare target the sky splitter of my sky splitter lineage? You're courting death," the old ape said coldly. The experts looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock. A corporeal realm expert had been killed just like that. The old ape's cold gaze swept around. Everyone quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye until they saw the devil ape and Zichin. Seeing the injured Zichin, the old ape pointed the sky splitter at Zichin. As his finger landed, a rich life aura flowed out of the sky splitter and into Zichen's body. Zichen's injuries rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, Zichen's injuries had completely healed. This surprised and delighted Zichin. Now that Zichen's injuries had healed, the old ape did not continue to look at Zichin. Instead, he looked at the devil ape and immediately withdrew his powerful aura. He said emotionally, "So many years have passed. I never thought that the sky splitter lineage would reappear. Not bad at all. Come, child, take the sky splitter." With that, the old ape stabbed the sky splitter back into the ground. The devil ape looked at the old ape and then at Zichin. The latter nodded, encouraging him to go forward. This time there was no pressure. The devil ape could walk through with ease. As for the surrounding people, they did not even dare to breathe loudly, much less take a step forward. The devil ape walked step by step towards the sky splitter and then grabbed it in his hand. The old ape laughed loudly. "Good, very good. Child, welcome back. Next, you'll get what belongs to you." As his words fell, the sky splitter emitted a dazzling light. Then, both the devil ape and the sky splitter disappeared. The devil ape had disappeared, but the old ape was still there. Zichen's expression changed. He asked, "What did you do to him?" What can I do to him? He's going to get what belongs to him. The old ape smiled. Zichen looked around and then at the old ape. He asked again, "What about me?" "You." The old ape looked at Zichen and said mockingly, "You're not a member of the Sky Splitter faction. Naturally, you'll go back to where you came from." Zichen knew something was wrong. He said, "Look at me. Where else can I go? Can't you take me to a safe place? You're not a member of the Sky Splitter faction." "Of course not, but I'm friends with the devil ape." "But you're a human." Looking at the old ape who did not give him any face, Zichen said angrily, "Old man, you're trying to kill me." The old ape laughed mockingly. "Whether you die or not is your problem. What does it have to do with me?" With that, the old ape's figure disappeared into the void. "Damn it, you old bastard." Zichen cursed at the sky. However, immediately after, he felt numerous gazes filled with malicious intent sweep over him. He turned his head and looked around. He discovered that 2 corporeal realm experts and 8 emptiness realm experts were looking at him with ridicule as they approached Zichen. "Damn it." Zichen cursed again. Then he flapped his lightning wings and ran away at top speed. "You want to run?" "Not so easy." An explosive roar sounded. 7 or 8 illusory spaces spread out and pressed down on Zichen. An illusory space suddenly appeared on Zichen's body. At this moment, Zichen relied on this illusory space to pass through the blockade in an instant. Then he suddenly changed direction and ran in the other direction. The sudden change of direction surprised everyone. By the time they wanted to change their path, it was already too late. Therefore, Zichen flashed to the corporeal stage expert's corpse and took it away. This was Zichen's goal. Not good. He took the corporeal stage expert's corpse. He's still so greedy even when he's about to die. He missed the best opportunity to escape. This time he's definitely going to die. So what if he gets the treasure? He may have the life to take it, but he won't have the life to use it. The group of illusory stage experts sneered and surrounded Zichen. The 2 corporeal stage experts also stood in the air and looked at him mockingly. Further away was the group of princes. They stood in the distance and mocked Zichen's greedy actions. Chapter 1196. After collecting the corpses of the corporeal realm experts, Zichen looked at the 8 people calmly. As for the anger on his face, it had long since disappeared. Now that Zichen thought about it, he felt that the sudden appearance of the elder ape was intentional. The pressure released by the sky splitter was not targeted at the devil ape, but at these demons. The elder ape's sudden appearance to prevent them from getting the sky splitter was purely to kill them. However, Zichen did not understand why he killed one of them, but he guessed that it was because of him. If he faced 3 people, he would definitely die. However, if he faced 2 corporeal realm experts, he might have a chance of survival. Zichen was surrounded by 8 emptiness realm experts on the ground and 2 corporeal realm experts in the sky. Zichen's body was surrounded by emptiness energy. Before the 8 emptiness realm experts could make a move, he dashed toward one of them. "You're courting death." The 8 emptiness realm experts roared and activated their emptiness realm space. A powerful pressure swept toward Zichen. At the same time, the 2 corporeal realm experts in the sky attacked at the same time. 2 streams of spatial energy fell toward Zichen. At this moment, the 8 emptiness realm experts and the 2 corporeal realm experts attacked Zichen at the same time. Roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly resounded in the sky. It was Zichen who took out the dragon soul spear. This was the first time Zichen took out the dragon soul spear since his breakthrough. The dragon soul appeared on the spear and stared coldly at one of the emptiness realm experts. At the same time, a powerful destructive aura emanated from the spear. Zichen gripped his spear and abruptly stabbed forward. Bang! With a loud bang, the law of illusion was broken by Zichen. Then, the dragon soul spear turned into a silver light and rushed toward one of the emptiness realm experts. Puff! With a flash, the dragon's soul spear pointed at the forehead of the Emptiness Realm expert and instantly pierced through it. The Emptiness Realm expert died and fell. Swoosh! Swoosh! The moment the Emptiness Realm expert died, a black glove appeared on Zi-Chen's right hand. He held the ancient long blade tightly and slashed twice toward the void. The blade light streaked across with a dazzling radiance, instantly striking the two realms of reality before being destroyed by the realms of reality. Although the saber beam was destroyed in one strike, Zi-Chen managed to dodge the attack of the reality realm precepts and successfully dodged to the side. Swoosh! As Zi-Chen flashed, the lightning wings on his back vibrated at an extremely fast speed. He was like a phantom. With a flash of light, he appeared in front of the second Emptiness Realm expert. He raised the long saber in his hand and slashed down. Just like when he killed people many years ago, Zi-Chen's movements were graceful and natural. However, what he chopped off was no longer the heads of soldiers or Earth-Yuans, but those of the virtual realm. Disperse! Disperse quickly! The Emptiness Realm expert shouted. The encirclement instantly collapsed. In the distance, the group of princes were completely dumbfounded. They never thought that Zi-Chen would be so ferocious. He was actually able to kill 2 Emptiness Realm experts in such a situation. Moreover, both of them were insta-killed. The remaining 6 Emptiness Realm experts began to retreat. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. This was because the power Zi-Chen displayed at this moment was no longer that of Earth-Yuans. It was the power of the Emptiness Realm. Zi-Chen was at Earth-Yuans. He could insta-kill those of the same level. However, Zi-Chen was now at the Emptiness Realm. Naturally, he could insta-kill those in the Emptiness Realm. Why is he at the Emptiness Realm? Isn't he at Earth-Yuans? Why did his realm suddenly soar? The group of princes and Earth-Yuans were also very puzzled as they retreated. However, their expressions were extremely shocked. He is not the real Emptiness Realm expert. It is the wings behind him that are playing tricks. Everyone, don't run. Let's work together to kill him first. As Zi-Chen rushed forward, an Emptiness Realm expert shouted. His expression changed drastically. However, under such circumstances, no one dared to stop. Whoever stopped would die. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded again. Zi-Chen clenched one hand into a fist and the other holding the saber. At this moment, as he struck out, a dragon shadow appeared from the tip of the spear and rushed towards an Emptiness Realm expert. The dragon shadow opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards the Emptiness Realm expert. The rules of destruction around its body flickered continuously. The current Zi-Chen could completely use his powerful strength to kill an Emptiness Realm expert. The dragon shadow drowned the Emptiness Realm expert and destroyed the Emptiness Realm space formed on the surface of the Emptiness Realm. Seeing another Emptiness Realm expert fall, and the Reality Realm expert unable to do anything to Zi-Chen, the group of princes and Earth-Yuans retreated in fear. Zi-Chen killed 4 of the 8 Emptiness Realm experts. However, his body was blocked by the Reality Realm expert. The materialized spatial power pressed towards Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen felt that his movements were greatly slowed. The Emptiness Realm space formed by the thunder wings around him also became unstable. Die! The 2 Reality Realm experts shouted angrily. It was obvious that they were serious. The real spatial power attacked Zi-Chen. Swoosh! Facing the attacks of the 2 Reality Realm experts, Zi-Chen could only dodge. After all, he was not a true Emptiness Realm expert. Therefore, he did not have the strength to fight against them. Ha! Zi-Chen shouted loudly. The gold and silver light around his body began to shine. At the same time, the blood in his body boiled. Waves of materialized energy appeared one after another. Bang! With a great effort, Zi-Chen broke free from the suppression of the Reality Realm expert. Uft! At this moment, the spatial power pierced through Zi Chen's shoulder. However, he also broke free from the reality realm expert's control. Once again, he turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the group of emptiness realm experts. The only thing that was useful to Zi Chen now was the fragments of rules that the reality realm experts had refined. Therefore, Zi Chen had to kill them. When the other 4 emptiness realm experts saw that Zi Chen had escaped from the reality realm expert, they were also shocked. However, they did not slow down and fled towards the mountain stream. "You can't escape," Zi Chen said indifferently. The long blade and long spear in his hands were raised high. "Hurry up and leave this place. Hurry up and leave." At this moment, the most frightened people were naturally the princes. They were even more afraid of death than the emptiness realm experts. When they saw that Zi Chen had broken free and was killing people, they immediately ran away. The reality realm experts were chasing after them. However, their speed was slightly slower than Zi Chen's. Moreover, the reality realm experts' extended space was unable to envelop Zi Chen. They shouted from behind, but Zi Chen ignored them. He only raised the emptiness realm again and attacked the enemies. Uft! Basically, every time Zi Chen attacked, an emptiness realm expert would die. "Human, I will fight you to the death. Die!" Zi Chen charged towards another reality realm expert. The reality realm expert felt that he could not escape, so he turned around with a ferocious expression. He wanted to fight Zi Chen to the death. However, it was useless. Among those of the same level, there were not many who were qualified to fight Zi Chen to the death. Another emptiness realm expert died at the hands of Zi Chen. His corpse was also collected by Zi Chen. At this moment, the 8 emptiness realm experts were all killed by Zi Chen. Then, Zi Chen turned into a ray of light and charged towards the princes. His target was Moat. This person who had schemed against him in the past must be killed. "Ah, he's coming. He's coming for me." Moat screamed in fright when he saw Zi Chen charging towards him. The princes who were fleeing with him were also shocked when they saw this scene. Almost at the same time, they left Moat and ran into the distance. Moat was furious when he saw these disloyal people. However, at this moment, he did not have the time to blame or scold them. He could only run away. "Moat, Zi Chen's target is you. Delay him for now. I will go back and get reinforcements." "That's right. There are 2 reality realm experts here. If one more comes, we can definitely kill him." Hearing the princes' voices, Moat was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had to delay Zi Chen. If even the emptiness realm experts could not do so, how could he? Moat cursed these disloyal people in his heart. However, in the real world, he could not say anything because the distance between him and Zi Chen was rapidly closing. "Moat, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. Don't worry, we will find a way to save you." After saying this, a flame demon prince ran even faster. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the reality realm demon that the elder ape had killed was from the power demon clan. The 2 reality realm experts were from other royal families. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out from the horizon. It was Moat. Hearing this scream, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. But then the reality realm expert's cold voice rang out. "Today, you won't be able to leave." Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and saw that Zi Chen was once again blocked by the reality realm experts in midair. 2 reality realms fell on Zi Chen's body, doubling the pressure on Zi Chen. In fact, they had no choice because there were 2 reality realm experts. If there was only one of them, they could have easily killed Zi Chen. However, because there were 2 of them, neither of them could use their full strength. Moreover, reality realms could not be overlapped. The 2 reality realm experts' powers fell on Zi Chen, suppressing him so much that he couldn't move. Facing the murderous eyes of the reality realm experts, Zi Chen appeared calm. "Let's see where you can run this time," said one of the reality realm experts indifferently. "Run? Why should I run? Zichen chuckled. Zichen's calm attitude caused suspicion to appear on Reality's face. I've killed all those who should be killed. It's time for me to leave, said Zichen. You can only leave when you're dead. While they were talking, the princes in the distance turned back and shouted from afar, Kill him! Don't let him escape! Hurry up and kill him! Zichen, who was suppressed by the spatial laws, suddenly laughed out loud. Then, under the puzzled and astonished gazes of the crowd, an object appeared in his hand. It was a round ball that Xingdao Li had refined for him to save his life. It could only be used once, and could only be used once. The moment the Reality Realm experts saw the round ball, a powerful aura came from it. After sensing this aura, everyone's expression changed. Even the two Reality Realm experts were shocked and subconsciously took a few steps back. This was because they actually felt the threat of death from the round ball. Everyone was shocked when they saw the secret weapon. Even the Reality Realm experts had thoughts of running away. However, the two of them had just fled a few hundred meters when Zichen crushed the round ball in his hand. A terrifying aura spread out. A powerful destructive aura rushed into the sky, causing everyone who felt this aura to change their expression. The sky was completely torn apart by this attack. Chapter 1197. When Zichen used his trump card, the princes fled in fright. Even the corporeal realm experts ran away. The aura of destruction rippled between heaven and earth, causing them to scream in horror. But after a moment, they discovered that there was only the aura of destruction between heaven and earth. But this aura did not descend upon them. They were still alive. After that, they clearly sensed that the aura was only spreading in a certain place and had not completely spread out. They were puzzled by this. So, a bold prince hurriedly glanced back. With one glance, he stared ahead as if he had been struck by lightning. Even his fleeing footsteps stopped. The second prince also stopped at this time. After one prince stopped, two more followed. Then, one prince after another stopped. The two corporeal realm experts also stopped and looked back at Zichen. They saw that the space in the sky where Zichen was standing had been torn apart by a powerful force. The black hole extended into the depths of nothingness, and a mysterious power descended from the black hole. What is that? What a mysterious aura. Where did that aura come from? The princes were puzzled, but after the two corporeal realm experts felt this aura, their expressions changed greatly. They looked at Zichen with complicated expressions. That's the aura of the Zhanwu continent. He actually opened a passage to the Zhanwu continent. He's going to enter the Zhanwu continent. The two looked at Zichen under the black hole and sighed. Sigh, he's only at the Earth Prime level. Yet he dares to enter the Zhanwu continent. This courage is something we don't have. Yes, we're already at the corporeal realm, but we still don't dare to step into the Zhanwu continent. Although it's to protect the royal family, it's also an excuse. The two looked at the black hole and Zichen under the black hole with complicated expressions. What? That's a passage to the Zhanwu continent. He can open a passage in such a place. He didn't open it. It was opened by that sphere. The princes were shocked when they heard this. The black hole in the sky was the life-saving method that Xingdao Li had given to Zichen. At a critical moment, it could open up a passage to the Zhanwu continent for him and the demon ape, allowing them to enter the Zhanwu continent. However, Zichen did not expect that he would be the only one to enter the Zhanwu continent. However, this result was also good. The demonic ape had obtained a fortune, and he had the strength of an emptiness realm expert. The Zhanwu continent was powerful and mysterious. This was another world, a vast place. It was heaven for those above the Earth Prime level. Zichen looked back at the princes and the two reality realm experts. Their expressions were either shocked or complicated. No matter what grudges the two sides had, after Zichen stepped into the passage, these grudges were nothing. The others also looked at Zichen with complicated expressions. Their expressions were that of surprise and shock. Zi-Chun retracted his gaze, stepped into the black hole, and disappeared. The first human invader had come to the demon race in more than 100,000 years. Many of the royal families had taken action. But not only had they failed to kill the intruder, they had even suffered heavy losses. One of their corporeal realm experts had died. These were the deeds Zi-Chun had left behind in the Darkness continent. Although he had only been here for a few months, he had attracted the attention of the entire Darkness continent's royalty. What made them sigh in amazement was that Zi-Chun had actually entered the Zhan Wu continent. The Zhan Wu continent was a place that all Earth primes instinctively repelled and feared. This was because in all legends, the Zhan Wu continent was a symbol of slaughter. In this world, the reality realm experts were the strongest, the peak existences. However, in the Zhan Wu continent, those who surpassed the reality realm could be found everywhere. When the news of Zi-Chun entering the Zhan Wu continent reached the Tianwu continent, the Demon Queen was silent for a long time after hearing the news. She looked at the gorgeous flowers in the courtyard outside the window with a complicated expression. After a moment, her red lips gently opened. The Zhan Wu continent is boundless, and there are endless geniuses. There are many higher life forms there. I don't know if you will continue to be a dazzling star, or if you will become a passing traveler in the Zhan Wu continent like many other geniuses. It was also on this day that the Demon Queen felt that she had no opponent. In the Tianwu continent, the only one she felt was a threat to her was Zi-Chun. However, today that threat no longer existed. She didn't relax or feel happy. On the contrary, she suddenly felt a sense of loss. You were lucky enough to enter the Zhan Wu continent, but I wasn't. However, from this point of view, you're still the strongest. After that, the Demon Queen gave up on everything and focused on cultivating, refining the laws, and increasing her strength. Zi-Chun's departure had greatly affected her. As for MOT's death, it didn't affect her at all. It seemed that the relationship between the two of them really wasn't good. They didn't even feel the need to grieve. The news of Zi-Chun entering the Zhan Wu continent was only known to the devil race. The everlasting sex people didn't know. But even if they knew, it wouldn't change anything. Zi-Chun had already said that they had to reach the Void Realm before they could enter the Zhan Wu continent. The Void Realm was just the beginning. Other Earth Yuan experts might be able to live a good life once they entered the Zhan Wu continent. That was because they were ordinary existences in the Earth Yuan. They comprehended ordinary laws. Such people had already learned how to be an ordinary cultivator. They had learned how to keep a low profile. That was why they could live a good life. However, geniuses couldn't. Their path of growth was shocking. Often, they didn't want to provoke trouble, but trouble kept coming. This wasn't a matter of luck. Instead, it was impossible for geniuses to be mediocre and unknown. They were arrogant and untamable, and it was very difficult for them to submit to others. That was why such people would naturally have trouble. Zi-Chun entering the Zhan Wu continent was the departure of a legend. A new legend would be written by a new person. As for Zi-Chun, his name had finally become a part of the past, the floating mist sect. After Su Mengyao was brought back by those old fellows, she entered seclusion. Just as they had said, she was the hope of the entire floating mist sect. So those old fellows didn't hold back at all. They took out all their resources for her to refine. Su Mengyao also followed Zi-Chun's instructions and cultivated quietly. But one day, she suddenly felt uneasy. Then, she opened her eyes and woke up from her seclusion. Rays of light flashed in her eyes. She was deducing. After a moment, she found the source of her uneasiness. Then, her beautiful face suddenly dimmed. "Have you left?" Her long eyelashes trembled. She looked at the sky and seemed to see Zi-Chun entering the passage. After a long time, Su Mingyao's heart calmed down. She said faintly, "Don't worry, I will break through as soon as possible and go to the Zhan Wu continent to find you." 10 years passed quickly in the Zhan Wu continent. During these 10 years, cultivators of the Endless Sect broke through to the Earth Yuan realm. In the 10th year, the Endless Sect welcomed another special person to break through. It was a high-level life form, Lightning Spirit. Back then, because of Zichen, he was born prematurely. His cultivation base was greatly reduced, and his vitality was greatly damaged. After staying in the ancient time castle for more than 100,000 years, and sleeping for a period of time, he finally welcomed the Earth Yuan Lightning Tribulation. Lightning Spirit transcended the tribulation. In the sky, lightning laws flashed, and the momentum was vast. Lightning Spirit bathed in the lightning tribulation with a proud face. After successfully transcending the tribulation, he looked up to the sky and said, "Zichen, did you see that? I broke through and comprehended the laws of lightning. Even you didn't understand this. What's there to be proud of? Don't forget, before Zichen transcended the tribulation, he could kill an Earth Yuan cultivator with one slash." A dissatisfied voice sounded. Sunling, who was dressed in fiery red clothes, arrived. Lightning Spirit pursed his lips and said, "I can also kill enemies." Lightning Spirit's tone was a little lacking. "Humph. Then do you dare to go to the Zhan Wu continent? If you go up like this, you will be refined sooner or later." Sunling snorted. This time, Lightning Spirit did not refute, but there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He was a high-level life form, but he was also an extremely special existence. He was indeed a good material to refine weapons. After Lightning Spirit broke through, Sunling, Qinfeng, and the others also successfully broke through within 100 years. Sunling comprehended the laws of Yin and grasped the extremely cold Yin power. Qinfeng sensed the laws of force. This was a pure law of force that was completely activated by the body. It was a special law that was very powerful. The battle with the demons continued, but with the Castle of Time, the Wuji sect could cultivate many cultivators at the fastest speed. Moreover, they had an extremely extraordinary army of mutated beasts, so the Wuji sect still had the upper hand. In addition, the Wuji sect was also constantly growing. Although the number of powerhouses was less than 1/10,000th of the Wuji sect in the past, the overall number of people was not much less than before. This world was not an Earth Yuan world, so once one broke through to the Earth Yuan realm, they could no longer continue to hold positions and were handed over to the next sect master. One generation after another, the Wuji sect had been passed down for 3 generations. In the 100th year, Su Mengyao returned to the Wuji sect again. This time, she returned as an emptiness realm cultivator. Among Zichen's confidants, she was the first to break through to the emptiness realm. There were a few old guys behind her. They looked very proud and arrogant, as if they were the ones who broke through. This time, Su Mengyao came to say goodbye. She would be escorted by a few old men to the floating mist sect's encampment in the Zhan Wu continent. When everyone heard this, they all congratulated her. "Sister, don't be in a hurry to leave. Wait a little longer and bring Longhu and Flying Tiger. They are about to break through. When the time comes, they will go with you so that you can take care of each other." Lin Shui pulled Su Mengyao and said, "That's good too." Su Mengyao nodded, but as soon as she finished speaking, the old guys behind her looked troubled. Then, one of them sent a message to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao raised her eyebrows and was a little unhappy. Although it's easy to lead them, it's still not convenient for outsiders to go. Also, we have lost contact with that place and can't communicate, an old man said. Su Mengyao was a little angry, but she didn't have much choice. She could only say, "All right then, let Longhu stay. I will take Flying Tiger. He has always been with me and grew up in the floating mist sect." Chapter 1198. 3 months later, Longhu and Flying Tiger broke through and reached the emptiness realm. It was time for them to enter the Zhan Wu continent. During this time, Su Mengyao told Longhu that he could go with her if he wanted. However, Longhu refused. He wanted to find Zichen. However, the Zhan Wu continent was huge. It was not easy to find a person. In the following years, people from the Wuji sect broke through and entered the Zhan Wu continent. The entire Wuji sect became one of the top forces in the Zhan Wu continent. Time went back to the moment when Zichen entered the black hole. After stepping into the black hole, Zichen felt an aura that contained the power of laws. This aura extended from the Zhan Wu continent. It was surging and rich. After that, Zichen felt like he was walking in the darkness and nothingness. His sharp senses were instantly lost. He could not sense the direction and flow of time. He could not sense anything around him. This situation was like stepping into a teleportation array. However, the feeling was different. If it had to be compared to a teleportation array, then Zichen was teleporting an extremely long distance. Time was in chaos and space was in chaos. However, under such circumstances, Zichen still felt that an extremely long period of time had passed. Finally, Zichen's eyes lit up. He felt like he was on solid ground again. Then he arrived at his destination. Zichen felt a little dizzy. A blinding light shot over. Zichen subconsciously closed his eyes. Then a muffled voice sounded in his ears. Another one has come to die. Under this strong light, Zichen felt a mysterious power enter his body. This power was like some kind of exploration. It was searching for the deepest and most mysterious thing in his heart. Zichen did not feel any danger. However, he subconsciously felt uneasy. He immediately opened his eyes and looked around. He gradually adapted to the strong light. There was no one around Zichen. He was surrounded by a huge platform. There was a light barrier around the platform. The dazzling light came from above Zichen's head. It was a huge pure white stone that was as big as 2 houses. It was an extremely pure material. Kid, stop looking. Come out quickly. Just as Zichen was looking around, the voice sounded again. It was very loud. Zichen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a strong man in armor. This person was waving at Zichen casually. He could see that there were some people around. They looked at Zichen casually, contemptuously or disdainfully. Zichen had many questions in his heart when he first arrived. After seeing no killing intent from their expressions, he walked out of the platform. Kid, welcome to Shantian Prefecture. The burly man spoke again after Zichen walked out of the platform. This time, he mentioned the name of this place. Shantian Prefecture. Zichen was at a loss. That's right. This is Shantian Prefecture. I'm responsible for arranging a way out for you guys who want to die so that you can die later. The man laughed. However, he was big and burly, with thick eyebrows and fierce eyes. No matter how one looked at him, he did not look like a good person at all. Wanna die? Isn't this the Zhan Wu continent? Zichen asked doubtfully. Of course it is. The man laughed and said, but you're just an Earth Prime. How dare you come here? If you're not courting death, what are you? There was laughter all around. Zichen was like a newcomer. His face was blank. He looked around and saw other people. These people were dressed very similar to the man. They should be together. As for their strength, as he probed with his spiritual senses, Zichen was shocked. He could not detect their strength. This could only mean that the other party's strength was much higher than Zichen's. The realm Zichen could detect was the virtual realm. In other words, these people's strength exceeded the virtual realm. The weakest was at the corporeal realm. Zichen was shocked to encounter so many corporeal realm experts as soon as he arrived. He secretly thought that the Zhan Wu continent's experts were as numerous as dogs. At the same time, he warned himself that he must keep a low profile, and low profile. Otherwise, he would really die a horrible death. Zichen was now playing the role of a rookie. His eyes were blank, and there was a faint trace of disappointment. This situation was very common among rookies because the real Zhan Wu continent was more dangerous than the rumors said. The man casually pointed to an open space and said, "Go there and squat." Zichen turned his head and looked over. There were already more than a dozen people there. Among them, 10 were standing and 5 were squatting. Zichen didn't ask why. Instead, he seemed to accept his fate and walked over obediently. Haha, kid, it seems that you're smart. The man took in Zi Chen's expression. He laughed again and said, seeing that you're so obedient and that I'm in a good mood, I'll tell you why. It's because you're at the Earth Prime level and they're at the virtual realm. Although they're both trash, they're one level higher than you. Therefore, you can only squat and not stand. Zi Chen understood everything at a glance. He also saw that many of the Earth Prime level experts were injured and their faces were bruised and swollen. After hearing the man's explanation, he said, "Thank you." The burly man didn't expect to hear those two words in this place. He was stunned for a moment. The others were also stunned. They looked at Zi Chen and then at the burly man. Then, laughter that was many times louder than before came out of these people's mouths. "Thank you. Haha, I can't believe I heard that." "That's right. I think this kid must have been a punching bag when he was in the lower world. I can't believe he actually said those two words. He must be a punching bag. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here right after breaking through. I guess he's been bullied a lot. Even a punching bag can break through to the Earth Prime level. It seems that he's not ordinary." The group of men laughed wantonly and spoke rudely. As soon as Zi Chen squatted down, the 5 Earth Yuan cultivators beside him glanced at him with disdain and moved away. "Damn it, who told you to move? Do you want to die? Go back." Seeing this, the laughing man scolded loudly. He then quickly stepped forward and kicked the 5 Earth Prime level experts. The 5 of them screamed and crawled back to Zi Chen. After the men left, the 5 Earth Prime level experts looked at Zi Chen with resentment. There was no doubt that they transferred their hatred to Zi Chen and isolated Zi Chen. Zi Chen's plan to learn something about this world from them was ruined. Zi Chen squatted on the ground and didn't dare to move. The men glanced at him and laughed loudly with contempt. Although they despised people like Zi Chen, they had to admit that only people like him could survive in the Jianwu continent without strength. On the second day of Zi Chen's arrival, a few more people appeared on the platform. They were all in the virtual realm. On the third day, an Earth Prime level expert finally came. In the words of these men, an Earth Prime level expert was here to die. This Earth Prime level expert was covered in scales. Although he had a human body, he was obviously an alien. Moreover, he seemed to have an extraordinary background and looked very arrogant. As soon as he appeared, he loudly asked those people what this place was. Faced with such an attitude, the men laughed. The men laughed, but this Earth Prime level expert was angry. He seemed to have an extremely high status as he complained to the group of burly men. Therefore, the Earth Prime level expert was angry. The Earth Prime level expert died. After killing the other party with a slap, the expert cursed. "Damn it! What the hell do you think this is? A low-level world?" The others laughed and didn't seem to care. Zi Chen had already guessed that these people seemed to be from a certain faction that was specially sent to deal with outsiders like them. However, Zi Chen had originally guessed that there should be some kind of rule here. For example, they could only fight but no one could die. However, after the Earth Prime level expert was killed, Zi Chen knew that he was wrong. There were no rules here. As for whether they killed or not, it depended on their mood. Zi Chen's expression changed. Besides Zi Chen, the other 5 Earth Prime level experts trembled and their expressions became stiff. Obviously, they had made the same mistake as Zi Chen. Now that they thought about it, they were only beaten up these days and not killed. It was entirely because the other party was in a good mood. After killing the Earth Prime level expert, the men looked at Zi Chen again. They swore and mocked, as if they saw Zi Chen as a toy. Are these people really all in the corporeal realm? Why don't they have the dignity of a strong expert and speak so vulgarly? Zi Chen secretly scolded them in his heart, but he put a smile on his face. He squatted on the ground and asked from afar, My lords, can I ask a question?" "Hurry up and ask while I'm in a good mood today." One of the men laughed. "May I ask where this place is?" Zi Chen seemed a little timid. "Didn't I tell you before? This is Shantian Prefecture." Zi Chen's face was blank again. He asked, "Isn't this the Zhanwu continent?" Hearing this, the crowd laughed again. "Punching bag, it seems that you know nothing about the Zhanwu continent," one of the men joked. "Please explain, my lord," Zi Chen hurriedly said. "All right, I've just killed someone and I'm in a good mood. I'll explain it to you. And you idiots, wash your ears and listen carefully." The people who had just had a good impression of Zi Chen immediately lost it because of the man's words. Zi Chen sighed helplessly. It seemed that he was unjustly implicated again. This is indeed the Zhanwu continent, but the Zhanwu continent is very large, so large that you won't be able to explore all the places in your lifetime. The Zhanwu continent is divided into 9 regions, which are 9 continents. Each continent is divided into 49 regions, which are 49 prefectures. This is one of the prefectures, called Shentian Prefecture. In Shentian Prefecture, there are 108 cities, and the closest city to here is 10 million miles away. Chapter 1199. The burly man was in a good mood and told Zi Chen and the others about the Zhanwu continent. The Zhanwu continent was very large, but the number of cities had not increased over the years. There were still 108 cities in one prefecture. This led to the emergence of many forces outside of these cities. Some are tribes, some are families, and some are villages and towns. These burly men were indeed corporeal realm cultivators, and their ultimate goal was to bring corporeal realm cultivators back to the city. As for emptiness realm cultivators and earth prime realm cultivators, they were not qualified to enter the city for the time being. The Zhanwu continent was a high-level world. Other than that, there were many mature low-level worlds. Almost every day, people from these low-level worlds would enter the Zhanwu continent. These burly men were responsible for arranging a place for them. As for whether they lived or died, no one cared. Zi Chen's name as a punching bag gradually spread. Although no one had called him Zi Chen even once, their expressions were undoubtedly saying that Zi Chen was a punching bag. After a few days, the number of people finally reached 50. Among them, 10 were Earth Prime Realm cultivators, and the other 40 were Emptiness Realm cultivators. Seeing such a gap, Zi Chen was glad that he had let the people of the Wuji sect break through before coming. "Hey Zi, take them with you today." Hey Zi was the person who killed Earth Prime Realm cultivators with one slap and told Zi Chen about the situation in Shentian Prefecture. After hearing this, he nodded, then turned to Zi Chen and the others and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely sell you for a good price." Everyone was puzzled by this. Hey Zi brought 6 corporeal realm cultivators over. Then he took out a small wooden boat with many mystical patterns engraved on it. Hey Zi shook the wooden boat in his hand, and the mystical patterns began to shine. Then it grew with the wind and turned into a large ship in the air. "Get on!" Hazy shouted, and the other corporeal realm cultivators jumped onto the wooden boat. Then the group of emptiness realm cultivators stood up and jumped onto the large ship. However, a very strange scene occurred. The group of emptiness realm cultivators stepped on the ground, and just as their bodies rose into the air, they fell back down again. There were a total of 40 people, but not a single one was able to successfully enter the large ship. Behind the emptiness realm cultivators, the 9 Earth Prime realm cultivators were the same. They staggered and fell back down as soon as they left the ship. The group of big men laughed. Obviously, they had seen this kind of situation many times before. However, the loud laughter suddenly came to a halt in the next moment. This was because there was another person who had successfully boarded the large ship with a single step. It was Zi Chen. After boarding the ship, Zi Chen felt that something was wrong. He looked around and found that everyone was looking at him in astonishment. Damn it, this bunch of idiots. Didn't they calm down and sense their surroundings beforehand? Zi Chen cursed in his heart. He had originally wanted to keep a low profile, but now he was in the limelight again. As soon as he arrived, Zi Chen sensed that this world was different from the martial heaven continent. The gravity here was much greater, and it was much more stable. Then, Zi-chan released his spiritual senses and carefully sensed the surroundings. Finally, he deduced the situation around him in his mind. In the end, he came to the conclusion that this was a new and stable world. The divine ability that had allowed him to tear through space on the Martial Heaven continent wouldn't appear here. In fact, he even suspected that his attack wouldn't be able to cause space to tremble. The conclusion he came to after deducing made Zi-chan even more curious about this world. However, when he thought about how the lowest level of this world was the Earth Prime realm, this kind of situation was very normal. Therefore, when the large ship appeared, he used 2 or 3 times his usual strength to successfully board the ship. Everyone looked at Zi-chan in astonishment. The group of corporeal realm experts also looked at Zi-chan with strange expressions. The leader of the corporeal realm experts who had not boarded the ship also looked at Zi-chan with a strange expression. He muttered, "This is a tough one. I didn't think that there would be a time when I misjudged him." Beside him, a corporeal realm expert said, "We all misjudged him. In the past few years, only 4 people have been able to discover the problem with their perception. I wonder how high the other 2 have achieved." The leader said, "The other 2 have already started to break through to the domain realm." Including Zi-chan, there were 4 people in total. As for the 3rd person, it was the leader in front of them. "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and get on." Hey Z's loud shout woke everyone up. Therefore, they increased their strength and jumped onto the ship. This time it was much easier. Therefore, the people who had been shocked a moment ago were now disdainful. This was because boarding the ship did not seem like a big deal. However, they did not know that the mystery of boarding the ship lay in the first step. Zi-chan had already surpassed everyone. If he did not die, his future achievements were destined to surpass everyone. After boarding the ship, it left quickly. However, in Zi-chan's opinion, this speed was not even comparable to the speed at which he flapped his lightning wings in the Martial Heaven continent. The others began to chat with each other. Zi-chan was still isolated. No one paid him any attention. However, Zi-chan felt like he was being watched. This feeling came from the 6 corporeal realm experts. During the journey, Zi-chan was silent. No one came forward to talk to him. This situation lasted for 3 days. Finally, they reached their destination. This was a small town. There were more than 1,000 buildings in the town, and many cultivators lived in them. The ship flew directly to the town and then landed in the center of the town. When the cultivators saw Hazy and the other 5 on the ship, their expressions changed. They immediately made way for them, looking very fearful. After retreating, they once again looked at the group of people behind the large ship. Their gazes had become strange. That strange gaze contained ridicule, ill intent, and even killing intent. Wow, they are all cultivators. Moreover, they are all above the Earth Prime level. This is too unbelievable. This is not a city, but there are so many Earth realm cultivators. As the ship landed, everyone jumped off the ship. When they saw the many cultivators around them, they sighed. Zi-chan's eyes were also filled with amazement. The most he had seen before was hundreds of Earth Prime cultivators. The most he had seen was only 8 emptiness realm cultivators. However, in front of him, there were hundreds of emptiness realm cultivators. As for the number of Earth Prime cultivators, it was pitifully small. In other words, in this small town, there were many emptiness realm cultivators. There were so many that Zi-chan was incomparably fearful. This also meant that in the Martial Heaven continent, only emptiness realm cultivators had the qualifications to survive. In this world, the most worthless thing is human life. That's why you have to be careful at all times. If someone kills you, they'll be able to obtain a rule fragment. In this world, rule fragments are the only form of wealth, the foundation of survival. A voice came from Zi-chan's side. It was He-Zi who had walked to Zi-chan's side at some point. When Zi-chan heard this, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. However, his heart trembled. If this was true, then this world encouraged killing. His mind was racing, but his expression did not change. He said blankly, "Thank you." In the past, Hazy would always mock Zichen, but today, Hazy nodded his head and asked, "What's your name?" Ah, Zichen was stunned and did not respond. Hazy asked patiently, "What's your name?" "Don't tell me you don't have a name." Zichen said. Hazy nodded and said again, "In this world, you have to be careful. Too many talented people have died because of arrogance and pride." "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Zichen thanked him again. "Hey Z, it's you." A voice came from afar. Obviously, the person who dared to speak like this was definitely another reality realm cultivator. Mayor Zhang. Hey Z smiled. "Why are you being so polite with me? Just call me Old Zhang." "Brother Wang, how have you been?" Mayor Zhang stepped forward. The two of them exchanged pleasantries, but the others around them looked at Zichen and the others as if they were livestock. An emptiness realm cultivator sighed and said, "Are we going to live in this small town in the future?" "Yeah, this is too small." As soon as he sighed, a mocking laugh sounded. "You want to live here? You're dreaming. The current, you don't even have the qualifications to live here. If you don't die in the next few years, you might be able to save enough money to move here." The group of cultivators looked at the reality realm cultivator who spoke in confusion, but the latter clearly had no intention of explaining. "Come and pick." After the pleasantries, Mayor Zhang waved at the group of people in the distance. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen emptiness realm cultivators walked over from afar. They first bowed to Hey Z and the others, then focused their attention on the emptiness realm cultivators. Then Zichen and the others finally understood why Hey Z said to sell these people for a good price. A emptiness realm cultivator quickly pointed at 4 capable emptiness realm cultivators and said, "I want these 4 people. I offer a total of 500. Another emptiness realm cultivator pointed at 5 emptiness realm cultivators and said, "I offer 550 for these 5. The normal price of an emptiness realm cultivator was 80 to 100. These people offered a high price because they saw that their vitality was extremely extraordinary. Then the others began to pick people. But there was no doubt that they all chose emptiness realm cultivators. As they haggled, this was really like buying and selling livestock. Zichen chose to remain silent and did not say a word. During this time, no one chose him. It was not only him. No one from the other Earth Prime stage cultivators chose him. In the end, all 40 emptiness realm cultivators were bought, leaving only 10 Earth Prime stage cultivators. "I'll pay 3 pieces for this one." "I'll pay 2 pieces for this one." After that, the 10 Earth Prime stage cultivators began to be divided, but there was no doubt that they were all divided into 3 or 2 pieces. When an Earth Prime stage cultivator died, they could be refined into a rule fragment, which was 1 piece. Therefore, the lowest price for an Earth Prime stage cultivator was 2 rule fragments. The lives of Earth Prime stage cultivators were so cheap here, which made Zichen relatively speechless. However, what made him even more speechless was that 9 out of the 10 Earth Prime stage cultivators were chosen, and he was the only one who had not been chosen. Of course, this was thanks to the disdainful expressions of the others around him. Simply because no one wanted him, they were not even willing to pay 2 rule fragments. The deal was done, and Zichen was the only one left. This was the first time in all these years that something like this had happened. Seeing this scene, Hey Z pointed at a buyer. "Sir, what orders do you have?" The emptiness realm cultivator asked respectfully. Hey Z pointed at Zichen again and said, "This one is for you." Chapter 1200. It was clearly a free gift, but this virtual realm expert had a troubled look on his face, as if he had suffered a great grievance. Then he nodded and reluctantly took out 2 pieces of rule fragments and handed them to Blackie. Blackie said that he would give them to him, but the premise was that he had to dare to accept it. Naturally, he didn't dare to accept it. So, wasn't this a forced transaction? Blackie knew that the other party had misunderstood, so he said, I said it's a free gift, so it's a free gift. The corner of the virtual realm expert's mouth twitched, and he said respectfully, Sir, what are you talking about? I have indeed taken a fancy to him. As he spoke, he handed over the 2 rule fragments. One wanted to give them away, while the other wanted to buy them. However, no one considered the feelings of the person involved, Zichen, and no one asked for Zichen's wishes. Thinking about how he was the first to be sold when he came to the Zhan Wu continent, there was an indescribable strangeness in his heart. Blackie's hand shook, and the 2 rule fragments fell into Zichen's hand. Blackie said, This is for you. Zichen was stunned for a moment, then reacted and hurriedly thanked him. All right, take your people and leave. Blackie waved his hand and said. Next to him, the mayor, who had been silent all this time, asked, Blackie, are you leaving now? Send them out. There's a period of time for cultivators, so I'm going to take a walk in the city, Blackie said. Hearing this, Mayor Zhang smiled and said, I wanted to keep you for a gathering, but since you're going to the city, I won't keep you. Blackie boarded the big ship and left. Zichen and the others were also taken away by these virtual realm experts. Flying was not allowed in the town except for special existences like Blackie. After reaching the outside world, the small boats enlarged, and everyone boarded one after another. At this point, the 50-person team was divided into more than 10 groups. Zichen followed a group of people onto a wooden boat and flew into the distance. It was also a wooden boat that had transformed into a big ship, but the speed of Zichen's boat was obviously slower than Blackie's. This time, the virtual realm expert bought 6 people. Among them, 3 were virtual realm experts, 2 were Earth Prime experts, and 1 was Zichen. It could be seen that this person's faction was not strong and should still be very weak. There seemed to be some sort of meaning behind Blackie giving him to such a weak force. Along the way, the emptiness realm expert turned around and said to the 6 of them, Let me introduce myself. My name is Aoda. The place we're going to is a tribe called Wamang. It will take half a month. Next, I will explain the rules to you. Of course, these rules are for those in the virtual realm. Those in the Earth Prime division don't need to follow the rules. As long as you can survive as a virtual realm expert, you will be under unified management when you arrive at the tribe. If you want to leave, you can, as long as you pay 3 times the price. As soon as Aoda's words came out, the expressions of the 3 emptiness realm experts changed. They were already unhappy that they had been sold. Now, if they wanted to leave, they would have to pay 3 times the compensation. Wouldn't this situation be the same as the women in the mortal world? What about us? What should we do if we want to leave? And Earth Prime asked. Aoda glanced at the other party and sneered. You guys sure are casual, but I'm afraid you won't dare to leave. After a brief introduction, Aoda no longer paid attention to them. In fact, he was still a little depressed. After all, he had been cheated of 2 law fragments for nothing. At this moment, Zichen stepped forward and took out 2 law fragments. He said, Master Aoda, I have no use for these. Aoda looked at Zichen in astonishment. Zichen directly placed the 2 law fragments in his hand. Aoda looked at Zichen and asked, Do you know what this means? It should be money, just like the primordial stones in our world. Then, do you know what effect this has? Aoda asked again. Zichen said, I can feel the thick power of the law on it. If I absorb it, it should be able to increase my strength. Aoda became even more astonished. He asked again, Since you know, why don't you want it? Zichen smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned around and walked to the back of the crowd. The astonishment on Aoda's face disappeared. To be able to come here to buy and sell cultivators. His status in the tribe was obviously not low. Obviously, his IQ was also very high. It was indeed a good thing. But if you had the life to take it, you had to have the life to spend it. This person is smart, muttered Aoda as he took back the 2 law fragments. At the same time, he was also trying to guess Blackie's intentions. Since it was a gift, why did he give it to his tribe, the smallest tribe, and not those large tribes? It had to be known that they didn't care about 1 or 2 more earth primordial stones. Could it be this brat had something special about him? This kind of person could only survive in a small tribe. Aoda suddenly thought of this question and then subconsciously looked at Zichin. However, he was completely ordinary. He couldn't see anything special about him. As for the others, they looked at Zichin with disdain. They thought that Zichin was purely trying to curry favor with Blackie. They had to stay on the ship for half a month, so they gradually became familiar with each other. However, Zichin was still isolated. Furthermore, his name as a punching bag spread once more. Punching bag, which lowly world are you from? Occasionally, someone would ask Zichin this question. The Martial Sky Continent. Zichin didn't care about the ridicule in their words, and answered truthfully. The Martial Sky Continent, that lowly world. I never thought that there would be an Earth Yuan in that place. The mocking voice rang out once more. This time, Zichin didn't say anything. No one dared to make a move on the ship. As for the ridicule, Zichin didn't care. Everyone gradually lost interest and stopped paying attention to Zichin. However, when they talked, they would occasionally glance at him with disdain. What's your name? On the 5th day, Aoda walked to the back of the ship and suddenly asked, Zichin. Zichin stood up and answered, Sit, sit. Aoda indicated for Zichin to sit. Ever since he had guessed Zi's intentions, he had been observing Zichin for the past 5 days. However, he hadn't found anything special about him. He was like a punching bag. No matter how others mocked him, he wouldn't get angry. However, since he was able to reach the Earth Yuan realm, how could he not have any temper? Furthermore, what kind of place was the Martial Sky Continent? It was publicly acknowledged as the lowest level world. However, the experts that appeared there were also publicly acknowledged as powerful. For him to be able to break through to the Earth Yuan realm, it was impossible for him to not have any temper. Aoda hadn't found anything strange, but he wasn't arrogant enough to think that Longchen was ordinary. On the contrary, he felt that Longchen was very mysterious. Zichin nodded and casually sat down. His gaze swept across the surroundings. You came from the Martial Sky Continent? Aoda asked. Zichin nodded. Can you tell me about the situation there? Zichin smiled. What's there to talk about? Aoda curiously asked. Tell me about your cultivation days there. It's nothing more than cultivation. There's nothing to talk about. Zichin shook his head. Come, have a drink. This thing is very expensive. Aoda took out a jade bottle. There was no need to guess that it was filled with wine. Zichin took the cup and took a sip. He smacked his lips and said, Not bad. Aoda looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Zichin came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Thank you, my lord. Aoda smiled and patted Zichin's shoulder. Don't be so polite. After a simple exchange of words, he felt a kind of free and easy casualness from Zichin. This kind of casualness was like talking to a friend. However, the two were clearly not friends. Yet, Zichin was so casual. It was obvious that he didn't think of Aoda as an emptiness realm expert. Or perhaps Zichin's usual attitude towards emptiness realm experts was like this. There was no distinction between superior and inferior. It was as if he was talking to someone of the same level. Aoda's guess was correct. The current Zichin didn't put emptiness realm experts in his eyes. What he was truly afraid of were reality realm experts. Zichin drank the wine as if nothing had happened. Beside him, Aoda's mouth twitched and his eyelids twitched. He looked as if he was very distressed. In fact, the wine didn't taste good at all. Zichin had to give Aoda face because it was his first time here. That was why he drank it mouthful by mouthful. He quickly saw Aoda's expression and immediately understood. With a flip of his hand, he casually tossed a bottle of wine to Aoda. Aoda subconsciously caught it and asked, "What is this?" Zichin said, "Monkey wine from my hometown. Try it. The taste should be very good." Zichin had used up almost all of the monkey wine he had obtained on the ancient road. He had obtained the rest of the monkey wine he had obtained when he was traveling through the world of the ancient road using the ancient medallion. Because he liked to drink wine in his free time, Zichin had collected a lot of good wine on the ancient road. In addition, during his 1,000 years of traveling in the Tianwu continent, he had obtained many good wines from the mortal world. Opening the bottle, a rich wine aroma wafted out. Aoda put it to the tip of his nose and inhaled. He was completely intoxicated. "Good wine. It's really good wine. I'm already drunk before I even drink it." Aoda's eyes shone. He took a small sip and repeatedly shook his head. He was very intoxicated. "This is really good wine. It's much better than mine. In this world it can be sold for at least a dozen pieces," said Aoda. A dozen pieces was equivalent to the life of several earth elementals. In the Tianwu continent, earth elementals wouldn't even bother to drink such a thing. However, in the Jianwu continent, it could buy the life of several earth elementals. Zichin shook his head and smiled. The world was so mysterious. After taking a sip, Otter carefully put the cap back and put it away. "Why aren't you drinking?" asked Zichin. "This is good stuff. I'll keep it for the patriarch." Zichin smiled and patted Aoda's head. "Look at how stingy you are. I'll give you another one." Zichin patted Aoda's head and was immediately stunned. Aoda also confirmed it. However, he wasn't dissatisfied with Zichin's action. Instead, he smiled at Zichin. By now, he could conclude that this Zichin was very extraordinary. At the very least, among the earth elementals, he was the only one who dared to be so casual with an emptiness realm expert. As for the others, they widened their eyes in disbelief because of Zichin's action. As the days passed, Zichin and Aoda became more and more familiar. However, the others looked at Zichin's expression more and more unpleasant. This was because Zichin's good wine was only for Aoda to drink and not for them. Half a month passed quickly. Aoda said, "Okay, we're almost there. When the time comes, everyone will come with me to see the patriarch." Chapter 1201. The rich Python tribe was located in a rare open space in the mountains. There were more than 1,000 people, and the weakest among them was an earth prime. The chief, Rich Python, was a corporeal realm expert. He had founded the Rich Python tribe tens of thousands of years ago. Early in the morning, the tribe's cultivators began their busy day. There were no mortals in this world, so everything had to be done by the cultivators themselves. A large ship appeared in everyone's sight. They saw Odd and the newcomers on the ship. "Odd, you're back." "I brought back 6 people this time." "Odd, why did you bring back 3 Earth Primes this time?" Aoda brought the 6 of them down and greeted the surrounding tribesmen. During this time, Zichin carefully sized up the people around him. Here, most of them were emptiness realm experts. There were very few Earth Primes. Some had horns on their heads, and some had scales on their bodies. Obviously, they were not real humans. "Come with me to see the chief." After passing through rows of buildings, the 7 of them arrived in front of a grand hall. As soon as they arrived, a man walked out of the hall. He was also a burly man. He said to Odd, "Odd, Big Brother wants you in." Odd nodded and led the group into the hall. The hall was deep and dark. After entering, the group felt a sense of eeriness. At the end of the hall, there was a main seat. A middle-aged man sat on the main seat. He glanced indifferently at the 7 people who entered. The 7 people approached. Except for Odd, the other 6 didn't dare to raise their heads. However, they still felt a pair of cold eyes staring at them. This made them feel very uncomfortable. "Big Brother, I brought back 6 people," Odd said. "Very good. Raise your heads." The chief's voice came from the hall. His voice was as cold as his eyes. "Aya, why are you so unruly? Hurry and bow to the chief, Aud urged. Greetings, chief. Everyone bowed in unison. Then they raised their heads to look at the middle-aged man. This was a thin, middle-aged man. His skin was sickly pale. Perhaps it was because he had not been exposed to the sun for a long time, but his body exuded a chill that made people unwilling to get close to him. In addition, his eyes were also shining. This kind of light was extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. This is a snake. With just one look, Zi Chen could tell that the patriarch was not a human. His eyes were extremely similar to those of a snake. Other than brutality, there was also lust and greed in his eyes. This was a person who was hard to get along with. That's right. Since we're all here, we're all family. Hand over everything you have, and we'll return them to you when we leave. In the future, whatever you want to do will be arranged by Ao Da, clan leader Wamang said. Hearing this, the 6 of them were obviously stunned and puzzled. Next to him, Otter reminded, hand over everything. That's the rule, but you don't have to hand over your weapons. Only then did the 6 of them react. Even though they were extremely unwilling, they had no choice but to compromise in the face of the powerful Python. Only Zi Qin, who had been warned earlier, pretended not to know. After that, each of them took out a spirit ring and handed it to Ao Da, who then passed it to Wamang. All right, I'll leave the things here for you to take when you leave. You can familiarize yourselves with this place for a few days. After a few days, Ao Da will arrange things for you to do. Wamang flipped his hand and put away the spirit rings. He had no intention of inspecting them. After that, Ao Da left with the 7 of them. A moment later, Ao Da returned. Wamang was inspecting the treasures in the spirit rings, but they were all useless. He needed to see special items or fragments of laws. He directly ignored the 3 Earth Realm experts. What he cared about was the treasures of the Emptiness Realm experts. Those who could reach the Emptiness Realm would naturally have fragments of laws. However, none of the 3 spirit rings were found. Big brother, how is it? Ao Da asked as soon as he came in. I'm not sure yet, but keep a close eye on them. See if the 3 of them have any strange movements, Wamang said. All right, what about the other 3 Earth Realm experts? Ao Da asked. Don't worry about them. They're just 3 Earth Realm experts. Immediately arrange for them to do something. Wamang waved his hand casually. Ao Da nodded. A mysterious smile immediately appeared on his face. He said, Big brother, I got some good stuff this time. You'll definitely like it. As he spoke, he took out 3 bottles of monkey wine. These were the ones he had saved over the past few days. Wamang opened the bottle cap and smelled the rich fragrance of the wine. He said with satisfaction, very good. Where did you get it? Ao Da smiled and said, I got lucky. Come on, have a taste. Wamang took a sip and enjoyed it very much. Ao Da smiled and then left. His big brother was good at everything. It was just that he was usually too gluttonous and lustful. Zi Chen, let's go. I'll arrange something for you to do. After arranging the 2 Earth Realm experts, Ao Da went to find Zi Chen. Now, didn't you say you needed a few days to familiarize yourself? Zi Chen asked in confusion. Ao Da smiled and said, That's for the Emptiness Realm experts. You're just an Earth Realm expert. You don't have any rights here. However, don't worry. I'll arrange an easier job for you. Job. I still have to work. Hearing this, Zi Chen was even more surprised. Of course, such a large tribe needs to be maintained. How can there be no work? However, you can rest assured that I won't arrange for you to go out hunting. This is the work of the Emptiness Realm experts. Ao Da said, How about I arrange for you to look after the orchard? Orchard? Fruit? Zi Chen felt more and more strange. Of course it's fruit. However, it's not an ordinary fruit. It's a fruit of law. Seeing Zi Chen's puzzled expression, Ao Da explained, I don't know if you've seen a money tree. This fruit of law is just like a money tree. It bears fruit of law, and the fruit of law is money. Therefore, it's a money tree. Then take me to see it. Zi Chen was very curious. Aoda took Zi Chen out of the tribe and flew towards the south. It was worth mentioning that this world was very stable, and the gravity was not small. This greatly reduced Zi Chen's speed. Not bad. Aoda was surprised to find that Zi Chen could keep up with him. Zi Chen smiled and did not say anything. After knowing that there was only one reality realm expert in the entire tribe, Zi Chen relaxed a lot. A mere reality realm expert could not do anything to him. After about 2 hours, Zi Chen saw a large garden. There were hundreds of trees of law in the garden. There was a layer of restriction around them. Aoda pointed to the trees of law and said, "These are all trees of law. They only bear fruit once every 100 years. Each tree will bear 99 fruits, but 90 of them will fall. These 90 are fragments of law. As for the other 9, they will become a perfect fruit. It contains a complete law. Its value is 10 times that of an ordinary fruit." When Zi Chen heard this, his heart moved. He asked, "In that case, a perfect fruit is equivalent to 10 pieces." That's right. A perfect fruit is equivalent to the lives of 5 Earth realm experts. Therefore, you need to guard this place well. You must not make any mistakes. Otherwise, you will be punished. The normal punishment is death. Aoda said, "However, you don't need to worry too much. There are many people taking care of the orchard. There are also many emptiness realm experts guarding it." Zi Chen nodded and then looked at the trees of law at a close distance. He felt that it was very magical. He immediately sighed. There is actually such a magical thing. This place is really full of wonders. When Aoda heard this, he smiled and said, "This is nothing. The trees of law are just the most ordinary ones. Other than the trees of law, there are also the illusory and corporeal trees of law. The fruits they bear are the illusory law and the corporeal law." When Zi Chen heard this, he was even more surprised. "Well, this is for you. When you have nothing to do, you can go in and take a look." As Aoda said this, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. He said, "By the way, this place is also a rare place for cultivation. The power of law ripples around it. It is very beneficial for your cultivation level." When Zi Chen heard this, he understood Aoda's intention. His impression of Aoda increased greatly, and he thanked him again and again. "Don't be so polite. I can feel that you are not ordinary. However, no matter what, you are only at the Earth realm. This is an indisputable fact. In this world, it is very difficult for an Earth realm expert to survive. If you can cultivate here for a few 100 years, you should be able to break through to the emptiness realm." Aoda warned, "By the way, don't provoke an emptiness realm expert. Although there is a rule that forbids fighting if you anger an emptiness realm expert, he will definitely kill you. The rules of the tribe are only for the living. They will not seek justice for the dead. What if an emptiness realm expert provokes me? You can only endure it, unless you have the strength to fight against him." When Aoda saw the cold light in Zi Chen's eyes, he said, "If you want to kill someone here, the first thing you need to do is to destroy the corpse and destroy the evidence." Zi Chen nodded and thanked Aoda again, indicating that he understood. "Well, I won't disturb you anymore. Hurry up and cultivate." Aoda patted Zi Chen's shoulder. Zi Chen held the restriction token given by Aoda in his hand. As he injected a ray of energy into it, the restriction token emitted a ray of light. Then the restriction token opened. As soon as Zi Chen walked in, he felt a pure and rich energy rushing towards him. This was the power of laws, which was very useful to the current Zi Chen. The surrounding trees of law were verdant and lush with fruits of law. Just as Aoda said, there were 90 fruits of law on each tree, bearing fruit once every 100 years, 90 fruits each time. There are hundreds of fruits of law here. Adding them up, it is not a small number. Zi Chen said as he looked at the trees of law around him. Zi Chen walked around the orchard and found that the trees of law were all enclosed. There was a restriction around every 50 trees. Zi Chen was only in charge of 50 trees. This was good. No one would come to disturb him while he cultivated. Zi Chen decided to go into seclusion here and improve his strength. Chapter 1202. After the fruit fell to the ground, it suddenly turned into a law fragment. Such a change was truly miraculous. Zi Chen bent down and picked up the rule fragment. He released his spiritual sense and found that the rule fragment was indeed incomplete. It was indeed a rule fragment. Then a sphere of law appeared in Zi Chen's hand. This was the complete sphere of law that Cauldron Spirit had mentioned. It was refined from the Yuan core and body of an Earth Yuan realm expert. Such a thing was equivalent to 10 law fragments, which was equivalent to the lives of 5 Earth Yuan realm experts. However, the Martial War continent actually compared an Earth Yuan realm expert to 2 law fragments. This made Zi Chen speechless. He couldn't understand. An Earth Yuan realm expert was indeed worthless in this place. They couldn't even compare to the mortals in the Martial Heaven continent. Looking at the complete sphere of law in his hand, Zi Chen thought of a way to get rich. He could rely on his current strength to kill and refine those Earth Yuan realm experts into a complete sphere of law. This way, Zi Chen would be able to accumulate wealth very quickly. However, he quickly rejected this idea. Wealth wasn't important to him right now. Strength was the most important thing. After throwing the law fragment under the tree, Zi Chen sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the law energy here. A powerful suction force appeared from Zi Chen's body. The surrounding law energy was like a vortex that constantly expanded and spread into the distance. In the end, a small energy storm was formed in the entire restriction. Zi Chen was in the middle of the storm, absorbing the law energy to his heart's content. After a while, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Due to the fruit of law, the law energy here was very dense. It was more than enough for an Earth Yuan realm expert to cultivate. However, the prerequisite was that an ordinary Earth Yuan realm expert wouldn't be able to absorb the law energy very quickly. This was because there was only one kind of law energy. Among so many different kinds of law energy, he could only absorb one. However, Zi Chen was different. He had comprehended dozens of laws. In addition to that, he had also created his own law of destruction. There was no law in this world that could stop him. Absorbing law energy was a piece of cake for him. As a result, as Zi Chen absorbed the energy, the density of the power of laws in this place was visibly decreasing, and it eventually became thin. As time passed, no one disturbed Zi Chen here, so he fell into a state of silence. In this state, the speed of his absorption of rule force also became constant. As a result, the storm continued to circulate without any rumbling. Gradually, the rule power contained in the space decreased and disappeared, but the constant absorption still existed. Under the powerful suction force, there was no longer any law force in the space. The law fruit tree started to sway. Zi Chen was like a greedy vampire, forcibly absorbing the law force from the law fruit tree. A law fruit shattered, containing an extremely rich law force. This law force entered the storm and was absorbed by Zi Chen. A nomological fragment had provided Zi Chen with a lot of power, but this power would eventually be exhausted. After a long time, as the power was exhausted, the suction force appeared again, and the fruit began to sway. Another fruit shattered. Zi Chen fell into a state of meditation. In the outside world, because of Aoda's instructions, no one disturbed Zi Chen. As time passed, the number of law fruits slowly decreased. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and Zi Chen, the newcomer, was completely forgotten. However, the 5 newcomers had built a good relationship with the people of the tribes. The 2 Earth Primes were still holding a grudge against Zi Chen because of the past. They had never forgotten Zi Chen. Why hasn't that kid come out yet? Appearing from a restriction, Chun Xiang looked at the restriction where Zi Chen was. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Without entering a state of cultivation, the restriction could be completely seen through, but as long as someone went in to cultivate, the restriction would block their line of sight. Therefore, Chen Xiang didn't know what was going on inside. Chen Xiang, wait for me. As soon as Chen Xiang appeared, a voice came from behind him. It was Luo Ao who came with him. In the past 3 months, the two of them had gotten along very well, and they both had a common enemy. Luo Ao asked, "Why hasn't that kid come out yet?" "No," Chen Xiang said in annoyance. "Humph, what a fool. Does he think he's safe by hiding inside?" Chen Xiang glanced at Luo Ao and asked, "What do you have in mind?" Luo Ao smiled mysteriously and said, "We can go find Master Zhu Huan. Doesn't he have some conflicts with Aoda? I think he'll be happy to help us." When Chen Xiang heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. The two of them chuckled and quickly left. Zhu Huan's status in the Wamang tribe was not low, or rather, it was not lower than Aoda. Although the two of them were both in the virtual realm, they were Wamang's right-hand men. Hearing the words of the two below, Zhu Huan frowned and said, "Oh, it's been 3 months." "Yes, master, it's been 3 months. We're not afraid of him cultivating, but we're worried about the law fruits inside. If there's a mishap, our tribe's interests will be lost." Luo Ao said, "Yes, master, this is no small matter." Chen Xiang also said. Zhu Huan glanced at the two of them and naturally understood what they were thinking. However, it was only 3 months, so this excuse was not valid. However, this was the only chance to have some relationship with Aoda, so he had to grasp it properly. Just as the two below were feeling uneasy, Zhu Huan said, "Not for the time being. Wait for another 2 months. If he still doesn't come out, you two will force him out." "Okay." The two nodded and left. In the following time, the two of them spent a long time waiting. Zichen naturally had no intention of waking up because there was still a lot of energy entering his body. Looking at the surrounding space, 5 months had passed. Many law fruit trees had begun to turn yellow, and the law fruits on them had decreased by a lot. Dong! A loud vibration came from the outside, followed by an explosive shout, "Punching bag, come out! Come out, punching bag! Hurry up and come out!" After spending 2 months in torment, Chen Xiang and Luo Ao immediately rushed over and began to shake the restriction vigorously. However, it was only shaking. Even if the two of them were given a few guts, they would not dare to forcibly attack the array formation. Zichen was awakened and frowned. He knew that the flies had come, and his expression became extremely dissatisfied. Then he stopped the cultivation technique and opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Zichen found that the surrounding environment seemed to have changed. It was like spring had passed and autumn had come, and the leaves had turned yellow. Zichen closed his eyes again and calculated the time. After a while, he opened his eyes and said in confusion, "Is it the harvest season? But it's only been 5 months. Ah." The first sound was a sigh, but the second sound turned into a scream. This was because Zichen found that the law fruit trees, which were originally full of branches, had become bare in many places. Not to mention the law fruits, even the leaves were gone. The entire tree was glowing yellow. This was the rhythm of withering. How could this be? Zichen's expression changed greatly. Obviously, he knew that he had made a big mistake. He looked around and saw that the other fruit trees were in the same situation. Zichen's expression became increasingly ugly. "Punching bag, come out. Hurry up and come out. You haven't come out for half a month. Could it be that you're stealing the law fruits?" The voices of the two people outside kept ringing. Zichen naturally did not steal the fruit, but would the two of them believe it when they saw this situation? Not to mention the two of them, even Zichen himself did not believe it. What should I do? Zichen was actually less flustered. Outside, the shouting and cursing started again. Zichen's eyes had a hint of killing intent. In the end, he hardened his heart and said, "Let's just go all out." Just as Zichen hardened his heart An indifferent voice came from outside. "What are you doing here?" It was Aoda's voice. The two people outside were shocked and hurriedly saluted Aoda. Luo Ao said, "Sir, this punching bag has been inside for 5 months and has not come out. We are worried about what he is doing inside." "What can he do?" Ao said discontentedly, "not to mention 5 months. Even 5 years or 50 years are possible. You don't need to worry." Hearing this, Qin Xiang hurriedly said, "Sir is right. We are naturally not worried. It's just that Zi Chen has been here for 5 months, but he has never met the other people of the tribe. This clearly does not treat everyone as one of his own, as a family. This has a bad influence." Aoda could not help but frown when he heard this. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort came from behind the two. It was Zi Chen who had walked out of the restriction. "Punching bag, you finally came out. Speak, what did you do inside?" After the two saw Zi Chen, they asked in a questioning tone. "Idiot, what was I doing? Of course, I was cultivating in seclusion. Why did you two disturb my cultivation?" Zi Chen asked in a cold voice, his face full of dissatisfaction. Cultivating. The two looked at Zi Chen suspiciously, then looked at the restriction in front of them. Inside the restriction, the law fruit tree was still there, with many law fruits hanging on it, exuding a bright light. Aoda also glanced at the law fruits. After finding that there was no problem, he said indifferently to the two, "Next time, don't disturb other people's cultivation for no reason." "Yes, sir is right. It's just that we are looking for Zi Chen for something. What do you want from me?" Zi Chen asked impatiently. "Zi Chen, you have been here for 5 months, but you don't even know a single person. If you continue like this, you will be isolated. It just so happens that there will be a party tonight. We specially came to call you," Chen Xiang said with a smile. Zi Chen frowned when he heard this, but Aoda next to him said, "What a coincidence, Zi Chen. I also came to call you and introduce you to a friend." After making such a big mistake, Zi Chen was naturally unwilling to leave this place, but since Aoda wanted to invite him, he couldn't refuse. He could only nod and say thank you. Chapter 1203. There were quite a number of people in the rich Python tribe. These people usually had their own missions, so they didn't know much about each other. Every half a year, the fertile Python tribe would have a symbolic gathering. Of course, this gathering was not mandatory, and they could not come. The purpose of the gathering was very simple. In addition to getting to know each other, it was to eat meat and drink wine. The meat was from the war beasts hunted by the virtual realm. This was unique to the Zhanwu continent. No matter how strong they couldn't transform into human form, but they were very strong. Basically, to deal with the weakest soldier-level war beast, several virtual realm masters would need to work together. And the realm of a soldier-level war beast was only equivalent to Earth Prime. It could be said that every Earth Prime war beast could kill enemies above their level. After killing the war beast, the hardest material of the war beast would be sold outside. As for the meat, because it was not valuable, it would be kept for the gathering. The wine was of the worst quality, even worse than the one Aoda gave Zi Chen. One rule fragment could buy 10 bottles. But thinking about it, just 10 bottles of wine could be exchanged for half of an Earth Prime's life. This thing was still very precious. But even so, many people still couldn't drink such inferior wine. There were still many people looking forward to the half-yearly gathering. In the evening, a bonfire was raised, and a group of cultivators gathered. There were more than 200 people at this gathering. Less than 100 of them were in the reality realm, and the rest were in the Earth Prime. When Zi Chen and Aoda arrived, the people here had already gathered in groups of 3 or 5. When they saw Aoda arrive, they all stood up with respectful expressions. But when they saw Zi Chen next to Aoda, their expressions became a little surprised. Who is this person? Why is he with Aoda? I've never seen him before. He should be a new Earth Prime. There were whispers all around. Aoda coughed softly and said, "Let me introduce you. This is the new Zi Chen. Everyone, Please take care of him in the future." As soon as Aoda's words fell, everyone's expression changed. They had been here for a long time, but they had never heard Aoda introduce a newcomer with the words, "Take care of him." "He's just a punching bag," Chen Xiang said coldly in the distance. On the other side, Jia Huan had also arrived. He introduced, "These are also newcomers. This is Chen Xiang, Luo Ao, Zeith, Dirk, and Morrison." Gu Huan introduced 3 Emptiness Realm experts and 2 Earth Prime experts. Among the 6 people he brought this time, 5 of them followed behind Gu Huan. After the introductions, the party began. Zi Chen was pulled in front of a man by Otter. Zi Chen had seen this man once before. It was the same man who spoke to Otter before he entered the hall. "Jesse, this is the Zi Chen I told you about," Old introduced. Jesse was wearing a suit of armor, and his aura was concealed. However, Zi Chen could still feel a strong aura coming from him. He was probably one of the few experts in the Emptiness Realm. "Greetings, sir," Zi Chen said respectfully. When Jesse heard this, he waved his hand and said, "Why are you calling me Lord? Since Odd brought you here, then we are family. Just call me Jesse from now on." "Is this appropriate?" Zi Chen hesitated. Beside him, Odd smiled and said, "There's nothing inappropriate about it. Just call him Jesse." Zi Chen nodded. Xing Dao Li had said that in this world, no one could be trusted except for yourself. However, Zi Chen was very glad that he met Otter. This man was very good to him, and it could be seen that he had a good heart. In a world full of darkness and infighting, it was very rare for him to be able to maintain such a mentality. Of course, he was also a wonderful person. After that, the 3 of them drank wine together. The wine tasted very bad, even worse than the wine in the mortal world. However, Zi Chen felt very comfortable drinking it because he was in a good mood. "Do you feel that the wine tastes bad?" Jesse suddenly asked. Zi Chen shook his head and said, "No, it's good when I'm in a good mood." Jesse laughed when he heard this. "Haha, Odd was right. You are a wonderful person, a wonderful person." Zi Chen seemed to have let go of the wine. He laughed and said, "To be able to sit and drink with an Earth Prime like me, the 2 of you are wonderful people." The 2 of them were startled when they heard this. They looked at each other and then burst out laughing. The hearty laughter came out frequently, causing many people to look at them. At the same time, it also attracted many complicated gazes. Jesse turned his gaze back to the wine and said, "Those who live in this world are all cultivators," and they were also cultivators in the other world. They were even high and mighty and could get whatever they wanted. Naturally, they would not personally make wine. Therefore, this directly led to the fact that the entire Jianwu continent's wine quality is extremely poor, but the price is ridiculously high. Pointing to the wine bottle in his hand, Jesse said, "This thing is actually brewed by us. It tastes bad, but it can still be sold for the price of 1 rule fragment or 10 bottles, which is equivalent to half of an Earth Prime's life." Zi Chen nodded. The things in this world were indeed wonderful. Wine was more precious than life. Odd also sighed and said, "Yes, this thing is extremely bad, but the price is not low. But thinking back, we lost a lot of people to get this recipe." Jesse drank the wine in the bottle in 1 gulp and said, "At that time there were a total of 10 of us called the 10 Brothers. We went to the Black Tribe to rob something. We got it, but only 5 of the 10 brothers survived. The 2 of them were reminiscing about the past. There were only 5 of us left, but in the end, 2nd brother and 4th brother also left." Looking at the bonfire in front of him, Odd was a little absent-minded. After a moment, he adjusted his mood and asked, "3rd brother, why did 2nd brother and 4th brother leave?" Jesse's expression became gloomy. He shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure about this, but it is said that it is because of second sister-in-law." Odd was startled. Jesse shook his head and said, "I don't know the details. It's just my guess." Odd's expression changed several times, but in the end he fell silent. "Punching bag, so you are here." Suddenly, A voice sounded from not far away. Zi-Chin, who was drinking and listening to the others' reminiscence and gossip, was startled. He immediately turned around. Jessie and Aud also turned around. Their expressions had returned to normal. "Punching bag, it's me." Luo Ao came forward with wine. "And me, punching bag." An emptiness realm expert came forward. "It has been 5 months since we parted, punching bag. I miss you." Chen Xiang also came over with a smile. He glanced at Zi-Chan with disdain, then looked at Jessie and Aud and said respectfully, "Greetings, lords. We are here to reminisce with Zi-Chin." Aud nodded expressionlessly. Jessie, on the other hand, was very interested. He asked, "Of course we can reminisce, but I don't understand. He is clearly called Zi-Chin, so why do you call him punching bag?" Chen Xiang's interest was piqued when he heard this. Moreover, this was also the purpose of his visit, so he said, "Lords, you may not know, but when he first came he looked like he was being bullied. Moreover, the Lord Leader also said that he was a punching bag, the kind that did not fight back and did not talk back when scolded." After wantonly making up Zi-Chin, Chen Xiang inadvertently looked at the wine of the two lords and said in surprise, punching bag, you are drinking with the two lords. Why don't you take out the good wine you have?" "Good wine? What good wine?" Jessie asked. "Monkey wine, very mellow. We have never tasted it before, but we have smelled it from afar. Almost all of us are drunk just by smelling it. Unfortunately, punching bag contributed this wine to Lord Leader, so we can't drink it." This time it was Luo Ao who spoke. Zi-Chin said indifferently, "There is no more wine, you can leave. Moreover, we don't seem to be familiar with each other, so you can't control what wine I drink." They did not expect that punching bag would not give them any face today, and even dare to refute. The faces of several people became a little ugly. Jessie looked at Zi-Chin and asked, "Zi-Chin, you really have monkey wine?" Zi-Chin nodded and said, "There is one more." Chun Xiang heard and shouted, "You are lying, you just said there is no more. You dare to deceive Lord Leader." Zi-Chan coldly glanced at Chun Xiang and said indifferently, "Scram." Chun Xiang's face changed again and he was furious. However, after meeting Zi-Chen's cold gaze, his heart trembled, and then he abruptly stopped what he was going to say. Jessie turned around and looked at the 5 people with ugly faces and said jokingly, "He already asked the 5 of you to scram. Why are you still not leaving?" The faces of the 5 people became even more ugly, but they did not dare to be rude. After bowing, they left. Of course, when they left, the 5 people's eyes were filled with hatred. Regarding this, Zi-Chin slightly frowned, but he quickly shook his head. No matter what Jessie's words meant, it was not a big deal. It was just an emptiness realm expert. It was not like he had not killed one before. After the 5 of them left, Jessie looked at Zi-Chin, who didn't seem to care at all. He laughed and said, "Zi-Chin, we're all friends. How could you hide something from us? That's too much." Zi-Chin shook his head and said, "This is not hiding it, but I feel that it has a bad influence. After all, there are so many people here, and we are the only ones who drink good wine. Who cares what influence it has? Let me tell you, in this world, the only influence is one's fist strength and battle power. Whoever has the biggest fist and the strongest strength is the boss. Not to mention me. Even if you have the strength, go challenge Big Brother today and defeat him. Then the position of patriarch will be yours. In this world, there are no rules. Strength determines everything." Jessie said. Zi-Chin heard this and smiled bitterly. "I naturally know this, but I don't have the strength, so shouldn't I be more low-key?" Jessie said with a mocking smile, "Low-key sitting with us, it is impossible for you to be low-key, and, according to my observation, you don't look like a low-key person." "Well, I was successfully provoked by you." Zi-Chin smiled, then threw out 2 bottles of monkey wine, and took out one for himself. In the distance, after seeing the scene, a cold smile appeared on Jia Huan's face. Chapter 1204. This time, the drinking session was very enjoyable, causing Zi-Chin to temporarily forget about his troubles. Whether it was Jesse or Aoda, both of them had good personalities. This kind of casual and carefree attitude was very much in line with Zichen's personality. However, Zichen still had a sense of caution in his heart. It was just that this caution was hidden in the bottom of his heart, and very few people could see it. After the end of the gathering, Zichen requested to immediately go into seclusion to cultivate. This made the two of them give Zichen a thumbs up. In fact, only Zichen himself knew that he was in a hurry to go back and clean up the mess. He quickly returned to the law fruit tree garden. As the restrictions opened, Zichen entered. The surrounding area was still a dilapidated and desolate scene. Sigh, I don't know how long I can hide this. Zichen sighed. During the day, because of Aoda's arrival, Zichen gave up on the idea of killing and escaping. So he set up an illusion array around him. At this moment, Zichen removed the illusion array and began to study these law fruit trees. The current situation was the result of a large amount of law strength. If he wanted them to recover, he had to replenish them with law strength. This wasn't difficult because Zichen still had a lot of law fragments, both good and bad. The only difficulty was that he couldn't make these law fruit trees bear law fruits again. This was a headache, but if Zichen was given enough time, he could still solve it. At worst, Zichen could use the law spheres on him to make up the numbers. Next, Zichen broke the nomological law fragments one by one and let the power of the nomological law within the fragments fill the entire space. As many fragments were broken, the law strength in this place became extremely rich. Gradually, the density surpassed when Zichen first entered. But it still wasn't enough. Zichen continued to break the law fragments one by one. When the law power in this place reached a limit, Zichen walked to the edge of the restriction and set up a spirit-absorbing array. With this array, these law fruit trees would be able to absorb the law power in a very short time. After doing all this, Zichen had nothing to do, so he simply continued to cultivate. However, this time, Zichen was more careful. Every time he felt the density of the power of laws decrease, he would shatter a fragment of the power of laws. A month passed by quickly, and by the time Zichen got up again, the situation here had changed greatly. The law fruit tree was no longer yellow and withered. Instead, it was gradually turning green. This was a sign of improvement, and Zichen was very satisfied. Thus, 1 month later, Zichen walked out of the restriction again. As soon as he walked out, Zichen noticed a person in the distance. It was Luo Ao, who seemed to be monitoring him. Zichen ignored Luo Ao and walked towards the tribe. This time he was looking for Aoda. When Luo Ao saw Zichen appear, he quickly left. And this time, Zichen did not find Otter. Bored, Zichen decided to take a stroll nearby. So he walked out of this flat land and flew towards the distant mountains. To be honest, if it weren't for the trouble he caused here, Zichen would have chosen to go out and hunt for battle beasts. First, he could train, and second, he could get a lot of money. This time, Zichen was holding on to the idea of luck to see if he could meet a battle beast. But he didn't meet any battle beasts, but Zichen met Otter. There was a touch of joy on his face. When he was about to go forward, he found a figure shooting out from the dense forest below. This was a stranger. Zichen had never seen him before. Moreover, when Otter saw the other party, his face was obviously happy and excited. On the other hand, the other party touched Otter's head. Otter's status in the python was very high. No one could touch his head like this except for the patriarch. Who is he? Why is Otter with him? Zichen was very puzzled and quietly approached. What's going on? Zichen heard this voice from afar. This matter cannot be explained. But I want to tell you. The stranger opened his mouth, but because they were far away and the other party had lowered his voice, Zichen couldn't hear him clearly. And at this moment he didn't dare to release his spiritual sense to investigate. The two of them first talked in a low voice, then quarreled, and their voices gradually became louder. Zichen listened intermittently. He couldn't hear the specific content clearly, but he could hear some of it just by listening to the words. The other party's purpose should be to target the Python tribe. He needed Otter to do something, but Otter didn't agree. It seemed that the two sides were about to break down. Suddenly, Zichen felt that there was something strange not far away. He turned his head and looked towards the dense forest below. Zichen hid at the top of the mountain and immediately activated his Yin-Yang eye. With a glance, he found an Earth Prime hiding in the void. This was the Earth Prime of the tribe. Zichen had seen him once before. At this moment, the other party was hiding and observing the two people talking in the distance. In addition, a crystal ball floated in front of him. The crystal ball recorded the scene in front of him. Damn it, Zichen cursed under his breath. He immediately guessed the other party's purpose. Obviously, he was either one of the tribe leader's men or one of the tribe leader's men. If this matter was spread, it would definitely affect Otter. Thus, Zichen stealthily made his way downwards. He had spent a lot of time with the demon ape and Zhang Haoyan, and he had killed many assassins who were skilled in concealment. Thus, he was naturally skilled in concealment. Zichen was already behind the Earth Prime, but the other party didn't show any signs of abnormality. Then, Zichen released the power of the virtual realm, and the virtual realm enveloped the other party. "Impossible! This is impossible!" Otter said loudly. The stranger sneered, believe it or not. Suddenly, the two of them sensed a wave of energy. Their expressions changed instantly, and they looked towards the dense forest in the distance. A silhouette flashed and disappeared into the dense forest. "Someone is following you." The stranger looked at Otter. Otter's expression was extremely ugly, but he felt that the figure just now was vaguely familiar. "Don't mention this again, and don't come looking for me in the future," Otter said coldly, and his figure flashed and disappeared. Think about how we were back then. Think about and think about second brother. If you stay with this beast, he'll kill you one day." The stranger snorted coldly and turned to leave. Zichen returned to the seal as fast as he could. Today's harvest was not small. He had obtained a complete law sphere. In addition, this Earth Prime also had a few law fragments. As for the crystal ball, it was shattered by Zichen. Just as he was about to sit cross-legged and cultivate, the seal outside the law garden trembled. Otter's voice sounded, "Zichen, are you there?" Zichen walked out of the seal and asked, "What's the matter?" "Did you go looking for me just now?" Otter asked. "Yes, you weren't here, so I came back," Zichen said. "You haven't been anywhere else." "No." When Otter heard this, disappointment appeared on his face. He nodded, but then seemed to remember something, so he asked, "Then why are you looking for me?" "Nothing. I just wanted to drink with you." "Forget about drinking. I'll come find you in a few days." Otter seemed to have a lot on his mind, then turned and left. Of course, Zichen was not looking for Otter to drink. He just wanted to ask when the law fruit would ripen. But after encountering this kind of thing, Zichen felt that it was inappropriate to ask. Zhu Huan stood in the room, holding a crystal ball in his hand. Inside was the news that his subordinate had just sent back, but before it could finish, there was no more news. "Is he dead?" Zhu Huan said indifferently. "But do you think you can destroy the evidence like this? Otter, you're finished. You colluded with outsiders. Just wait for your death. Come in." Outside the door, Qinxiang and Luo Ao heard the voice and walked in with extremely respectful expressions. "Sir, what are your orders? During this time, you have to keep an eye on Zichen and see what he's doing all day." "Yes." The two nodded and left. Only Zhu Huan was left in the room. He sneered, the tribe is in danger, so let me, Zhu Huan, resolve this danger. But before that, I must get some benefits." For the rich Python tribe, the days were very peaceful and quiet. Staying in the tribe, there were no battles. Only the emptiness realm experts who went to hunt beasts would occasionally send news of their deaths. But for Zichen, Otter, Zhu Huan, and the others, The entire rich python tribe was turbulent and extremely restless. Otter was in a bad mood recently, as if he had something on his mind, and he often went out. Undoubtedly, every time he went out, he was monitored, and Zichin also quietly got rid of these people for him. Gradually, he knew Otter's character, and he was indeed very good. As for the identity of the stranger, Zichin also knew that he was the fourth brother that Jesse and Otter had talked about. Qinxiang and Luoao took turns to monitor Zichin, but Zichun had been hiding in the seal to cultivate, so there was no abnormality at all. The two wanted to kill Zichin, but they had no way to do so. 3 months passed quickly, and Zichin had been here for a whole year. Zichin spent 5 months to destroy the orchard, and then spent 7 months to restore the orchard. The law tree became green again, but the fruit that was lost before could not be returned. Moreover, the fruit was obviously smaller than the ones in the other seals. However, Zichun was not in a hurry. With his power of law, sooner or later, the fruit of law here would take shape. But on a certain day, everything changed. The tranquil, fertile python tribe would no longer be tranquil because of this matter. Zichin, get out here. Qinxiang's roar came from outside. According to Master Zhu Huan's instructions, our 2 law fruit orchards will be exchanged. After Qinxiang said the purpose of his visit, Zichen's face changed. He did not expect things to change here. Next, Zichen had 2 paths. One was to kill his way out, and the other was to wait for Otter to come. But the other party only asked to exchange the fruit orchards. Even if Otter came, it was impossible to refuse this small request. In other words, it was impossible for the other party to completely become enemies with Zhu Huan because of this small request. Therefore, Zichen only had one path, and that was to kill his way out. But how to kill his way out was the key to the problem. No matter how I kill, let's get these law fruits first. Zichen hardened his heart and rolled up his sleeves, causing a gust of wind to appear in the law fruit orchards. Chapter 1205. One fruit after another left the tree and flew toward Zichen before being put away by him. Zichen took away all the fruits as fast as he could. Then he waved his sleeve and walked outside. What's the matter? Zichen walked out of the seal and stared coldly at Qinxiang. Qinxiang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said indifferently, "You finally came out. According to Master Zhu Quan's instructions, you and I will now exchange control of the orchard." Zichen glared at Qinxiang in dissatisfaction. "Why should I exchange?" "You have no choice. I'll give you the thing, but hand over your restriction token." Qinxiang shouted. Zichen held the restriction token in his hand and said indifferently, "Let's exchange, but how do I know which orchard is yours? Take me there first." While speaking, Zichen threw out the restriction token in his hand casually. "Okay, let's go." Qinxiang smiled coldly and then led Zichen to his orchard. In the distance, Qinxiang pointed at the fruit orchard and said, "That's mine. With this, you can go in and cultivate." Zichen took the token and walked forward without saying a word. "Zichen, you're dead." After Zichen left, Qinxiang's smile became colder, and then he quickly flew towards the fruit orchard where Zichen was. Zichen looked calm, but in fact he had made up his mind to immediately take away all the fruits in the fruit orchard. But just as he opened the fruit orchard with a seal, he was completely dumbfounded when he saw everything in front of him. The fruit tree in front of him was empty. There was not a single fruit. How could there not be any fruit? This is a conspiracy. Seeing this scene, thinking about what Qinxiang said before and his expression, Zichen understood everything. He smiled bitterly. He wanted to trick Qinxiang, but he didn't expect to be tricked. However, he was still calm. After a brief pondering, he turned around and left the Orchard of Laws. He then flew towards the tribe's encampment. He had just flown 100 meters when a figure flashed in front of him. It was an emptiness realm expert who had come here with Zichen. "Zichen, where are you going in such a hurry?" Zaith asked coldly. Chun Xiang stole the fruit of law from the orchard. I'm going to find the patriarch and expose him, Zi Qin said anxiously and seriously. Is that so? That's a big deal. Hurry up and go. Zyth stepped aside. As he spoke, Zi Qin didn't stop and flew past Zyth. Suddenly, a powerful force appeared from behind and hit Zi Qin hard. Pooh! Zi Chen coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. Zyth calmly looked at Zi Chen, who fell to the ground. Suddenly, after landing, Zi Chen moved. His speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed into the distance. Damn it, how could this be? Zyth's eyes widened in confusion as he watched Zi Chen disappear in disbelief. Because he was too fast, he couldn't catch up. This scene was out of the original plan, but it wasn't a big deal. After all, the Lord was in the tribe and there wouldn't be any big problems. At this moment, Qin Xiang ran out in a panic. Seeing Qin Xiang, Zyth smiled. You're fast enough. You just came out and you're already acting. Who knew that Qin Xiang didn't directly rush to the tribe to complain. Instead, he ran towards Zyth and shouted, Where's Zi Qin? Quickly hand him over. This guy stole the fruit of law from the orchard. Ah, Zyth was startled and didn't know how to answer. Where is Zi Qin? Quickly catch him. He stole the fruit of law from the orchard. Qin Xiang said loudly, very anxious. Seeing Qin Xiang's appearance, Zyth lowered his voice and said, Qin Xiang, what's going on? The plan clearly said that you should go directly to the tribe. I have nothing to do with it. Obviously, Zyth felt that he couldn't continue Qin Xiang's act. There was no one here for the time being, but it didn't mean that there would be no one later. If Qin Xiang didn't tactfully leave, it would alarm others and it wouldn't be good. It's true. Zi Qin really stole the fruit of law. Qin Xiang felt that he was about to cry. He planned to go in and take away all the fruit of law and then shift the blame to Zi Qin. However, after he went in, he saw an empty orchard. Enough. You should go to the patriarch for this matter, Zyth said indifferently. At the same time, he felt very wronged because in the plan, this sentence wasn't meant for him. Where's Zi Qin? Tell me where Zi Qin is. I want to confront him face to face. Qin Xiang was still unwilling to give up. Looking at Qin Xiang's appearance, it didn't seem like he was lying at all. Zyth felt that this matter was unusual, and Qin Xiang was obviously outside of the plan, so he asked indifferently, Qin Xiang, don't tell me you want to take the fruit of law for yourself. You have to remember the price you have to pay. He didn't believe that Zi Qin stole the fruit of law because the other party didn't have the guts. However, Qin Xiang had the guts because he knew that Zi Chen would die later and shift the blame to the other party. Zyth, you misunderstood. Tell me where Zi Qin is. Is he still in the orchard? Zyth looked at Qin Xiang as if he was looking at a dead man and said indifferently, Gone, he went to sue you. Qin Xiang's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, What? Why didn't you stop him? I did, but I couldn't. Then why didn't you tell me in advance? Qin Xiang felt that something bad had happened. Zyth stared at Qin Xiang and warned, There are many good things in this world, but the premise is that you have to be alive to take them and use them. Qin Xiang ignored Zyth and turned to fly towards the tribe. However, his speed was much slower than Zi Chen's. Not good, not good. Zi Chen shouted as soon as he arrived at the tribe. Zyth and Qin Xiang rebelled. They stole the fruit of law. Zi Chen rushed forward and went straight to the hall where the patriarch was. What's going on? A cultivator appeared and asked. However, Zi Chen didn't bother to explain. He just kept shouting, Rebellion, rebellion, rebellion. Jesse appeared. He frowned when he heard this, and then followed Zi Chen to the hall. At this moment, everyone was attracted by the word rebellion. They didn't pay attention to Zi Chen, an Earth Prime, who was actually so fast. Patriarch, not good, not good. Zi Chen rushed directly to the Patriarch's hall. In the hall, there were 3 people sitting. Other than the Patriarch, there were also Ao Da and Wu Mang. Seeing Zi Chen suddenly come in, The expressions of the three people changed. Ao directly stood up and asked, Zichen, what's wrong? Wu Mang's expression changed, but he didn't say anything. Patriarch Wu Mang glanced at Zichen indifferently. Patriarch, not good. Qin Xiang and Xieth rebelled. Zichen said in a panic, What's going on? Speak slowly. Jesse rushed in. When he saw Wu Mang and Ao to hear, he frowned and asked, Why are you here? Ao obviously didn't have time to answer this question. Instead, he asked what was going on. Uffed! The panicked Zichen coughed up blood again. His face became pale, and he said weakly, I was cultivating in the orchard when Qin Xiang suddenly called me out. He said that he received orders from Lord Wu Mang to let the two of us change the orchard. At that time, I was very strange. Why would we change the orchard? But I didn't pay much attention to it. Who knew that after the exchange, when I just entered Qin Xiang's orchard, I saw that there was no fruit on the fruit tree. What? There's such a thing. Wu Mang, give me an explanation. Ao said coldly. Humph, one-sided words. Who knows if it's true or false? Wu Mang snorted and said, I suspect that he is a spy. I was afraid that he would tamper with the orchard, so I let Qin Xiang change it. Zichen coughed loudly, attracting everyone's attention again, and then said, I saw that the orchard was empty, so I ran back to report. Who knew that I would meet Xieth halfway? After I told him about this, he actually wanted to kill me. Fortunately, I was fast enough and was only injured. Otherwise, I would have died. Zichen vomiting blood was true, and it was true that he was injured, so others had to believe it. Jesse stared coldly at Wu Mang and shouted, Wu Mang, tell me what's going on. Wu Mang's expression changed slightly and said, Jesse, what do you mean? You would rather believe this Di Yuan's words than me. Jesse took a step forward and said indifferently, Then tell me, why did you want to change the orchard? Why did you have to change it to Zichen's? That's because I suspect that he is a spy. Wu Mang glared. Spy? Have you ever seen a spy from the lower realms? Wu Mang spread his hands and said, Who can say for sure, after all? He was recruited by others. Wu Mang, don't slander me here. Ao shouted with a cold face. The three people below were arguing, but Wu Mang's expression was incomparably calm. Outside the hall, many cultivators gathered. Not long after, Qin Xiang rushed in and said loudly, Patriarch, bad news. Zichen's fruit orchard has all been stolen by him. As soon as the dazzling words came out, the crowd in the hall was in an uproar. Zichen had already expected this. He took a few steps forward and grabbed Qin Xiang's collar and said, You bastard, you still want to harm me. Tell me, where did the fruit of your orchard go? Of course it's in the orchard. It was still there when I left. Qin Xiang said, Bullshit. After I went in, it was empty. And as soon as I ran out, why did Xieth appear? As soon as I told him about this, he wanted to kill me. Tell me, did you collude to kill me to take the blame? Qin Xiang was choked by Zichen's neck, but he couldn't say a word. Zichen shook the other party with all his strength and said coldly, Now, you said that the fruit of law I was guarding is missing. Did you think that I was dead long ago, so you can shift the blame to a dead person like me? With that, Zichen threw Qin Xiang to the ground and stomped on him twice. He said coldly, It's useless, I, Zichen, am lucky. I didn't die in the hands of Xieth, so it's even more impossible to shift the blame to me. Qin Xiang coughed violently. Chapter 1206. Faced with the two's questioning, Wu Mang laughed out loud. Nonsense, it's simply nonsense. Just by listening to his side of the story, you can be sure that it's me. This is framing. Framing? Jesse stared at Wu Mang and said coldly, If I find out, I won't let you go. Someone come. Jesse shouted. Two virtual realm experts immediately came in. Jesse had been here for many years, so he naturally had his own people. He ordered, Go check the situation of the fruit orchard and see if there are any missing fruits. Also, bring the virtual realm expert, called Xieth here. Zi Qin immediately took out the restriction token in his hand and handed it to one of the virtual realm experts. Then, the virtual realm expert found the token on Qin Xiang's body. The two of them took the token and left. The main hall fell into silence for a moment. Wu Mang still didn't speak. Like an outsider, Wu Mang slowly sat back in his seat and closed his eyes to sleep. Jesse and Odd's expressions were very ugly. Qin Xiang knelt on the ground and didn't even dare to breathe. Zi Qin stood at the side and observed everyone. His expression gradually became solemn, especially since Wu Mang didn't speak. Zi Qin couldn't guess what he was thinking. Outside, the entire main hall was surrounded by many virtual realm experts. Many of them were holding weapons in their hands. These were no longer earth weapons, but weapons that contain the rules of the virtual, referred to as virtual weapons. Soon, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Two virtual realm experts walked in with Scythe and then threw him down. "How is it?" Jesse asked. "Reporting to Lord, reporting to Patriarch, the fruits of these two fruit orchards are indeed gone. Looking at the traces, one of them should be a few days old, and the other just disappeared," the virtual realm expert said respectfully. After the emptiness realm expert finished speaking, Zi Chen stepped forward and said, "Sirs, please help me. It's obvious that Qin Xiang had already lost the fruit of law, but he wanted to exchange it with me and then hurt me. Previously, Scythe wanted to kill me. If it wasn't for my good luck and speed, I would have died long ago. At that time, they would definitely push all the blame on me." At this point, Zi Chen stopped talking. Oder was furious, while Jesse coldly stared at Qin Xiang and Scythe, indifferently saying, "Now, what else do you have to say?" Qin Xiang said with an aggrieved face, "Sir, I'm really wronged. It's Zi Chen who wronged me." "That's right, sir. I've been wronged as well. He's just spouting nonsense. If I wanted to kill him for no reason, and it was a sneak attack, how could a mere Earth Prime like him escape? I just need to use the void space, and he's dead for sure." Scythe also felt wronged. In front of the truth, the other party was still quibbling. The two of them were infuriated. However, Zi Qin said coldly, "You guys still dare to say that you're wronged. Qin Xiang, let me ask you. I was cultivating perfectly fine. Why did you want to change places with me?" "This." Qin Xiang was startled, but he didn't know how to answer. "Tell me, why did you exchange with me? There are so many people out there, but you didn't exchange with me. Why did you choose me?" Zi Qin questioned loudly. Because you are a spy." Qin Xiang said, "Spy." When Zi Qin heard this, he immediately sneered. "Others might not know how I came to this world, but don't you know? You clearly know where I came from. Yet you still dare to say that I'm a spy. Don't you think your lie is very bad?" Qin Xiang's forehead was covered in sweat, but he didn't know how to answer. Zi Qin looked at Scythe again and said, "And you? Why did you immediately make way for me after I said that there was no fruit of law there? Then you plotted against me. When did I plot against you?" Scythe stared at Zi Qin and said, "If I wanted to plot against you, you would have died long ago." Zi Qin sneered and said, "Don't make it sound like you're very strong, and don't think that I'm so weak. I didn't die because my luck was good and my speed was fast, and you underestimated me and miscalculated, which allowed me to escape." Zi Chen pointed at Qin Xiang and then at Scythe and said, "You too, one forced me to leave the law fruit garden, and the other waited there to kill me so that the dead can't testify. Now that the facts are in front of you, what else do you have to quibble about?" Zi Chen turned around and cupped his fists towards Wu Mang and said, "Patriarch, this is how it is. The two of them plotted against me. As for whether or not there is anyone behind them, I don't know. I hope Patriarch can make a decision." Jesse and Oder also said, "Patriarch, this kind of person who harms our own people and harms the interests of the tribe must be killed." Clap, clap. In the hall, applause rang out. It was Wu Mang who stood up. He looked at Zi Qin and laughed. A very interesting debate, and also a very interesting framing. Sir, if you think this is framing, then you can search our storage rings and see who is real and who is fake. Zichen said. Jia. Huan shook his head and said, There's no need and there's no meaning. I'm only going to ask whose fruit of law disappeared just a few days ago, and whose fruit disappeared a few days ago. Zichen smiled faintly and said, Is there even a need to ask? The facts are still in front of us. Wu Mang smiled meaningfully, then looked at the two emptiness realm experts and said, You too speak. The two emptiness realm experts looked embarrassed. On the side, Jessie said, Speak, there is no harm. Yes. The two emptiness realm experts nodded. Then one of them said, The fruit in the restriction token taken from Zi Chen's place was recently lost. The fruit taken from Chun Xiang's place was long gone. Zi Chen was instantly dumbfounded. According to the other party, the fruit in his original law fruit garden was long gone, and Chun Xiang's fruit was recently lost. What's going on? Even Jessie and Odd were stunned by this answer. Did you hear that? Zichen, did you hear that? You were framing me from the start. You had already taken the fruit of law. If I hadn't exchanged it with you, you would still have lied to everyone. You might have even snuck away. Chun Xiang glared at Zichen and said angrily, Zichen, you are a despicable person who framed others. You will not have a good death. It's you. I saw that you were plotting something, so I acted against you. However, I only wanted to stop you. I didn't want to kill you at all. Yet, you made a false accusation. Zyth also immediately became spirited. How could this be? Zichen couldn't understand, so he looked at the two emptiness realm experts again. Are you two telling the truth? Jessie stared at the two emptiness realm experts. These two were definitely on his side and had been with him for many years. The two emptiness realm experts didn't dare to look at Jessie and lowered their heads. I understand. Jessie sneered, then looked at Zichen and said, Zichen, others may not believe you, but I believe you. I believe you too. Jessie and Aode stood on Zichen's side. Isn't it just the fruit of two gardens? I will compensate, Jessie said in a clear voice. Me too. The two of us together are enough to compensate. Aoda's voice was also very loud. Zichen was very touched to stand up in this situation, but he was also very embarrassed because he did take half of the fruit of two gardens. Thank you for your trust. But if I didn't take it, then I didn't take it. If no one is going to stand up for me, then I will seek justice for myself, Zichen said, his voice firm and firm. The truth is in front of you. How can you seek justice for yourself? Chun Xiang sneered. Justice is in people's hearts. After saying that, Zichen strode forward and grabbed Chun Xiang's collar. You still want to fight here? Zichen, do you want to rebel? Chun Xiang reprimanded Zichen loudly. Slap. Slap. Zichen grabbed Chun Xiang and slapped him without saying a word. The crisp sound of slaps continued to ring out. As for Chun Xiang, he was stunned. Similarly, the others around were also stunned by Zichen's actions. In front of so many people, in front of the patriarch, they didn't expect Zichen to dare to fight. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of slaps continued to ring out. After being slapped more than a dozen times, Chun Xiang finally reacted and let out a shrill scream. Stop! Zyth was the first to react. He shouted and rushed toward Zichen. Pound! Zichen punched out without turning his head. The fist light hit Zyth and sent him flying until he crashed into a pillar in the main hall. Zichen turned his head and glanced at Zyth with disdain. He said indifferently, Don't think that you are so great. If you want to kill me, you are still far from it. Everyone's faces were filled with shock when they saw Tung Qingshan push back an emptiness realm expert with one punch. Not far away, the two emptiness realm experts wanted to fight, but after meeting Jessie's cold gaze, they lowered their heads and chose to ignore the situation. After sending Zyth flying with one punch, Zichen turned around and continued to beat Chun Xiang. Soon, Qin Xiang's face was beaten into a pig's head. At this moment, other than shock, Qin Xiang was still shocked. Therefore, he didn't even scream and let Zichen continue to beat him. Speak, what is going on? Zichen grabbed Qin Xiang's collar and asked coldly. Qin Xiang raised his head and looked at Zichen's eyes in horror. With a glance, he saw that Zichen's eyes were glowing gold and silver. This was the yin-yang eye, which could see through all illusions in the world. It also had the ability to see into people's hearts. With the yin-yang eye and the bewitching technique, Qin Xiang's frightened eyes gradually became confused. Zichen knew that the bewitching technique was working, so he asked, "Tell me, who took the fruit of precepts in the garden?" "It was me, I took it," Qin Xiang replied, his voice becoming numb. As soon as the rumor came out, the expressions of the others immediately changed. Even Zhu Huan's expression became unnatural. "Where did you put the fruit of precepts?" Zichen asked again. "I gave it to Master Zhu Huan," Qin Xiang replied numbly. Jesse and Ao's gazes landed on Zhu Huan, becoming extremely cold. "Nonsense." Zhu Huan curled his lips, his eyes filled with disdain. "Why did you frame me?" "Because Master Zhu Huan wanted to deal with odor and wanted to find a breakthrough through you." All of this was Master Zhu Huan's arrangement. Under the bewitching technique, Zhu Huan was naturally telling the truth. Chapter 1207. Qin Xiang woke up, but he didn't know what had just happened. Seeing everyone's eyes on Zhu Huan, he was at a loss. "Zhu Huan," Qin Xiang admitted it. "What else do you have to say?" Jesse also questioned. "I didn't expect you to be such a person. In order to deal with me, you actually schemed against a newcomer." Aoda was also very cold. Without waiting for Zhu Huan to answer, Qin Xiang screamed, No, I didn't say anything, I didn't say anything." "Shut up." Zhu Huan glared at Qin Xiang fiercely. Then his eyes fell on Zichen again, sneering. "I, Zhu Huan, have lived for thousands of years and thought that I have a good eye for people, but I didn't expect to be wrong in front of you. I admit I did underestimate you." Zichen smiled but didn't say anything. "Your methods are very clever. In the face of ironclad facts in front of us, you can still frame someone else. I have to say I really admire you." Zichen's expression changed. What did this mean? Did the other side not admit it? Zhu Huan continued. "It's just a few fruits of law. So what if you didn't take them?" "I didn't take them in the first place," Zichen said. Zhu Huan waved his hand. "It doesn't matter whether you did or not, and I'm not here to talk about the fruits of law, but about the spy. Compared to a few fruits of law, the survival of the Flood Python clan is the real important thing." "What do you mean?" Zichen was puzzled. Zhu Huan smiled and said, "You don't understand, but I think someone should understand, right, Aoda?" "What do you mean?" Aoda stared at Zhu Huan, very puzzled. "Colluding with outsiders, does that count as a spy?" Zhu Huan stared at Aoda. The latter's expression changed, and Zichen's heart also moved. "What the hell is going on?" Jesse asked. As for the matter of the fruits of law, it was completely ignored. Indeed, compared to the life and death of the tribe, a few fruits of law were nothing at all. He glanced at Otter indifferently, then took out a crystal ball. As he poured a trace of energy into it, the crystal ball released a light, and two figures appeared on it. Seeing the two figures above, Wamang's expression turned extremely gloomy, while Jesse exclaimed in a low voice, "OL for it's all four. Odd, you've seen OL4. "That's right. This is the traitor of our tribe, Dia." Odd met him multiple times, and each time the two of them would chat for a long time. There must be some unspeakable secret behind this, Zhu Huan said coldly. Seeing this crystal ball, Zichen was a little dumbfounded. He remembered that every time he successfully killed the person who used the crystal ball, he even destroyed the crystal ball. But what was going on? At the top of the hall, Wamang finally opened his mouth. His voice was cold and sinister. "Aoda, tell me what is going on." Aoda raised his head to look at Wamang in the main hall and said, "Patriarch, Dia, and I are just reminiscing about old times. There is nothing else. Reminiscing about the past? Do you think I'll believe you? Wamang said coldly. Why don't you believe me, patriarch? Aode asked. Off to the side, Jesse said, Big brother Oelfer is here. Isn't it normal for the two of them to chat with him? Not normal. Not normal at all. Because every time they chat, one of the earth elementals will be killed. Let me ask you this. If they really were just chatting, why would they kill the earth elementals? Ju? Huan asked coldly. Aode didn't understand. I don't know what you are talking about. Don't play dumb. You are clearly in cahoots with Dia. You want to harm the tribe, which is why you killed those earth elementals. Bullshit. Wanting to see Dia means harming the tribe? What kind of logic is this? If I knew where Dia was, I would go find him. Jesse was enraged upon hearing this. Up in the hall, Wamang said coldly, Aode, tell me, are you in cahoots with Dia? Is Dia together with Chaz? Are you planning to work together from the inside and outside to act against the tribe? Aode looked at Wamang, suddenly feeling as if he had become a stranger. Was this still the big brother he had treated so wholeheartedly? His expression became extremely sorrowful as he said, Big brother, I don't understand why you are saying this. We've been brothers for so many years. Don't tell me you don't trust me. Do you think that I would work with Forth to scheme against you? Wamang said coldly, I trust you. Of course I trust you. It is precisely because I trust you and treat you as my close friends and brothers that I fell into Chaz's trap and was almost killed by him. As for Dia, he even helped Chaz escape with him. They were able to escape so easily. Does it have anything to do with you? Tell me, did you betray me? Faced with one question after another, Aode's heart gradually turned cold. He had known Wamang for many years. He had gone through life and death with him. But today he was being questioned by Wamang. Aode was very disappointed. His voice became cold and distant as he asked, Since the patriarch is asking me, then it is clear that you don't trust me. Fine. I have a question for the patriarch as well. What happened with Ari's death? And why did Chaz suddenly try to assassinate you? Did you do something to betray Chaz? What? Hearing this, Jesse's face instantly changed. His previous guess had indeed become reality. His expression as he looked at Wamang also gradually became unfamiliar. Wamang laughed maliciously. Dia must have told you about this. He must have told you that I bullied and caused her death. That's why Chaz wanted to kill me. Chaz, you really are vicious. I didn't expect that you would even use this move, but this is the truth. Wamang suddenly laughed maliciously. What? The two of them were instantly stunned. Even Zichin was startled. Obviously, he had guessed that there was something fishy going on. Immediately, his loathing of Wamang reached the extreme. This bastard didn't even let off his brother's woman. You really did make a move on you. Are you still human? Jesse asked, his whole body trembling with anger. Wamang laughed loudly. We really are together. If I'm not human, then Chaz is even less human. Ha 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 ha, because he is the one who knows best about this matter. At this moment, Wamang had become very crazy. His expression was ferocious and frightening. Aode was furious. He pointed at Wamang in the main hall and cursed. It's fine if you usually harm others, but I didn't expect that you wouldn't even let off Bastard, you really are a bastard. Although Jesse was angry, he still had reason. He pulled Aode and reprimanded. Aode, what are you talking about? I didn't say anything wrong. He is a bastard. His true form is a python. His nature is cruel and lascivious, and he is also very scheming. Normally, us brothers would suffer a little loss, but I didn't expect that he wouldn't even let off his brother's wife. If he isn't a bastard, what is he? I really regret it. I regret not listening to Dia. If I had known that you were such a bastard, I would have left. Aode roared loudly, his emotions completely out of control. This matter was really too big of a blow to him. You didn't leave at that time. You chose to endure all this time. Wasn't it all for now? Wamang's voice became incomparably gloomy, his eyes filled with killing intent. Big brother, Aoda didn't mean anything. He was just too emotional. You also know that he came from the same place as Ing. Jesse immediately pleaded for leniency. Jesse, you don't need to speak up for me. He killed Ing. He was the one who caused her death. I want to avenge Ing. What's wrong? Look at how big your eyes are. You want to kill me? Haha, let's do it. Otter laughed loudly. So, you admit that you betrayed me. Wamang's voice suddenly became calm, but the temperature in the hall suddenly dropped a lot. Not only did I betray you, but I also want to kill you. Aoda's eyes were red, completely out of control. Big brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Jesse immediately said, those who betray me must die. Wamang roared angrily. In the cold hall, a materialized spatial force suddenly appeared. This force appeared from Wamang's body and directly struck at Aoda. Pooh! The difference in cultivation level made it, so that Aoda didn't even have the chance to react. His whole body was sent flying, coughing up blood. Big brother, what do you mean by this? Jesse looked at Wamang with dissatisfaction. You don't need to play dumb. You should have guessed it long ago. But you were willing to stay by my side all this time. You were probably waiting for an opportunity to seriously injure me. So you can die too. After saying this, the powerful force rippled again, and Jesse was also sent flying. In the blink of an eye, both Jesse and Aoda were seriously injured. Wamang smiled complacently. Above the hall, his body exuded an extremely dense killing intent. I've been waiting for you for a long time. All these years, you secretly cultivated loyal subordinates in order to deal with me in the future. But unfortunately, I discovered it long ago. You no longer have the chance, and your people have already submitted to me. Wamang laughed complacently. Beast, you're a beast. To think that we called you Big Brother and went through life and death with you. We were really blind. Aoda and Jesse fell together, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Their faces were filled with disappointment and resentment. Chen's figure flashed and quickly arrived in front of the two. Then he channeled the pure energy in his body to suppress their injuries. Although the attack just now wasn't Wamang's full strength, the difference in cultivation level caused the two to be seriously injured. Chen, don't worry about us. Hurry up and leave. Go, leave this place. Jesse and Aoda spoke at the same time. Go. Today, none of you can leave. Anyone who betrays me must die. Above the hall, Wamang released a powerful aura. You can even kill your brothers. You really are a beast. Chen coldly said, his eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 1208. A middle-aged man walked in from outside the hall. This was a real human. He was very handsome and wore dark armor. The instant they saw the middle-aged man, Jesse and Aud felt their eyes brim with tears. They felt as if they had seen a family member. The two of them involuntarily called out, "Second brother." The person who had come was Chaz, their second brother. Chaz's emotions were much calmer than the two of them. He glanced at the two of them and said, "Long time no see. It seems the two of you are in bad shape." Jesse and Oder smiled bitterly. Their former second brother was standing in front of them, but at this moment he seemed like a stranger. "Third brother, little brother." An emotional voice came from behind Chaz. Another person walked in from outside the hall. It was Dia, whom Aud had met several times. Dia was also wearing armor. His slightly thin face didn't have the joy of seeing his brother. Instead, there was a hint of ridicule. After not seeing each other for so many years, the two of them knew that everything had changed. As for the brotherly feelings of the past, they had become nothing more than bubbles. "You two traitors who let you in, where is he?" Aud looked at the two of them and loudly shouted, "Everyone is busy fighting." Chaz smiled faintly. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, battle cries could be heard from outside. Chaz ignored Odd and Jesse, and naturally ignored Zichen as well. He took several steps forward and raised his head to look at Wamang, saying, "Let's write off our grudges." Wamang sneered, "With just you." Chaz smiled, saying, "I have already stabilized my cultivation, but you haven't taken a single step out of the hall for so many years. I presume that your injuries from back then haven't healed yet." Wamang's expression changed. "You have been spying on me all this time." Chaz only smiled, neither denying nor admitting it. Wamang's cold eyes moved away from Odd and Jesse. He looked at Chaz and coldly said, "It is you who is despicable." Chaz laughed loudly. "It is you who is too lecherous." Jesse and Odd were confused, and the others were even more confused. Seeing their expressions, Wamang suddenly laughed and said, "This person in front of you is your good second brother. All these years, you've been waiting for him to come back. If I tell you that was willing to follow me because he asked her to, would you think it's ridiculous? That's impossible." The one who couldn't accept it the most was Odd. He immediately roared, "Impossible? What's impossible? Who do you think Inger is? Do you think she's that pure? Let me tell you, the reason why I was injured so badly was because of this stinky girl," Wamang said angrily. "That's because you're stupid. You can't even defend against a woman," Chaz said indifferently. His words were obviously an indirect admission. Odd felt as if he was struck by lightning. He looked at Chaz in disbelief and asked, "Why? Why?" Beside him, Zichen secretly shook his head. Obviously, none of them were good people. "Why? It's all because of that old man." Dia pointed at Wamang and said angrily, "Ask him what he got when we attacked that tribe." "What did he get? Didn't he get some fruit trees and a winemaking recipe?" Jesse and Odd both looked confused. "Bullshit. There's something else he didn't tell us afterwards. He wanted to keep it for himself, but one time he accidentally let it slip and Inger heard it." Dia stared viciously at Wamang. Odd looked at Chaz and smiled miserably. So you had Inger seduce Wamang." Chaz took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely avenge Inger." "Beast, you're a beast too, you're all beasts." Odd burst into tears. Beside him, Zichen clearly understood the ins and outs of the matter. The brothers attacked the tribe together and suffered heavy casualties. After successfully robbing the other party's resources, Wamang found something good and wanted to keep it for himself. But Inger accidentally found out. Inger told her husband Chaz, and so Chaz used Wamang's lecherous nature to have Inger seduce Wamang. Inger and Wamang got together, and Inger ambushed Wamang for the sake of that item. Wamang killed Inger, but Wamang was also heavily injured. Chaz wanted to kill Wamang but failed. Dia helped him escape. This time, Chaz returned and sent Dia to find Odd, only to be discovered by Ju Yan. Presumably, he was trying to frame the two of them so that they could be eliminated and Wamang would lose his arm. None of these brothers are good people. What brotherhood? That's pure nonsense. Zichen shook his head. When he looked at Jesse and Odd again, his expression was one of pity. These two were emotional people, but they were also pitiful people. Odd, in particular, clearly had some feelings for Inger. Since we've already spoken, and my goal is clear, isn't it time to settle the score? Chaz looked at Wamang. Only a battle to the death. Wamang said, "Then what about the two of them?" Chaz glanced at Jesse and Odd. "They betrayed me. They must die." Wamang said. Chaz nodded and said, "They refused to submit to me." "Indeed, they must die." Chaz said, "Do you want to do it, or should I?" Wamang said, "I've already done it." Chaz said, "Understood. It's my turn." With that, a surge of power surged out of Chaz's body. A beam of energy appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and the energy flew towards the two of them. Facing this attack, the two of them could not resist. The two of them smiled, but their smiles were bitter and miserable. Scram! Behind the two of them, Zichen was enraged when he saw this. He immediately mobilized the void law in his lightning wings and struck forward. Boom! The powerful collision shook the entire hull. Zi-Chen grabbed the two of them and used the momentum to fly out of the hull. After dispersing the shaking energy, Chaz exclaimed in surprise. He was very surprised that Di Yuan had saved the two of them. I underestimated him. Wu Mang was also surprised by Di Yuan's reaction. As for the others, their eyes widened in disbelief. They never expected Zi-Chen to be able to block a corporeal's attack. Even if it wasn't a corporeal's true attack, it was definitely not something an Earth Prime should be able to block. Clearly, Zi-Chen had hidden his strength. Or perhaps Zi-Chen had used some kind of secret technique. Qin Xiang almost peed himself when he saw Zi-Chen's ferocity. He must have used some secret technique. He can't have gone far. I'll go after him. Dia rushed out. Boom! Inside the hall, a surge of power shook. The two corporeals' battle to the death had begun. Qin Xiang and the others crawled out, scared witless. However, all the cultivators in the tribe were fighting. He was just an Earth Prime, so there was nowhere to hide. Wu Mang and the others also ran out in a sorry state. Some of them were even injured. In the battle, the weakest Earth Prime cultivators died one after another. The Emptiness Realm cultivators activated one void law after another. Loud shouts and screams rang out continuously. The tribe, which had been very peaceful just a moment ago, became extremely chaotic in the next moment. Don't panic. Fight, fight. Fight for the tribe. Wu Mang rushed out. After seeing the scene, he shouted loudly. From now on, he had taken over the command of the battle. Zi-Chen rushed out with the two of them, using his extreme speed to avoid the attacks. Then he flew into the distance. The whistling wind poured into the two's mouths, causing them to cough up blood. Hold on. Zi-Chen grabbed the two and used his extreme speed to escape. Behind them, there were cultivators chasing after them. I can't. Put us down. Jesse's face was pale and very weak. Wait a little longer. We'll reach a safe place soon. Zi-Chen's lightning wings flapped faster and faster. The elemental energy around him was also quickly depleted. Zi-Chen, put us down. You can go by yourself. I'm the one who dragged you down, Aode said from the other side. Don't say that. If we really want to talk about dragging you down, I'm the one who dragged you down. Every time Wu Mang sent someone to watch you, I killed him, Zi-Chen said. Aode was stunned. Then, a touch of emotion appeared on his pale face. Zi-Chen, meeting you is our fortune. It's Zi-Chen's fortune to be able to meet the two of you in such a dark world. The two of them were heavily injured and couldn't hold on for long. After Zi-Chen shook off the pursuers, he found a place where the wind was not blowing and put the two of them down. The two of them fell to the ground. Jesse's eyes were a little unfocused. He looked weak, as if he could die at any time. What happened? Why are your injuries so serious? Zi-Chen asked, puzzled. He remembered that Jesse wasn't seriously injured just now. Jesse smiled at Zi-Chen, then raised his finger with difficulty and pointed at his lower abdomen. There was a bloody hole in his lower abdomen. Blood was gushing out, and the hole was made by a sharp weapon. Who did this? Zi-Chen asked coldly. He didn't know that Jesse's injuries were so serious. It's fourth brother, he and Chaz, Zi-Chen interrupted Jesse's words. Then he took out a lot of elixirs from his spirit ring and poured them into the two's mouths. Aode shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's useless, Zi-Chen. Our injuries are incurable. Huh. Jesse suddenly laughed. It seemed that the elixirs had taken effect. His face became ruddy. I didn't expect the one who saved me would be you. Aode had long said that you were extraordinary, and I also felt it. But I didn't expect you to be so extraordinary that you could withstand Chaz's attack. Jesse's words suddenly became clear. His breathing also became stable, and his eyes brightened. Zi-Chen knew that something was wrong. This was obviously not the effect of the elixirs. Jesse said, "We brothers have known each other for more than 10,000 years. Today they want to kill the two of us. We've only known each other for less than a year, but you saved the two of us." "Brothers don't care who comes first or who comes first," Zichin said in a deep voice. Aode laughed bitterly and mournfully. "To be able to meet a true brother at the last moment of my life. Even if I die, it will be worth it. Zichin, I don't have much time left. Before I die, I'll leave you with a word of advice. In this dark world where people die everywhere, don't trust anyone." Zichin nodded and said solemnly, "I know. You used your lives to teach me a lesson." "Good, good." The two laughed. Their smiles became very carefree. Chapter 1209. The two of them had the same thought. They took off their spiritual rings and handed them to Zichin. Jesse said, "Zichin, this is the wealth I've accumulated in this world. I'm giving it to you now." Aud handed over his spiritual ring as well. "For you." Zichin immediately waved his hand. "These belong to you. I won't take them." Jesse sighed. "We're about to die. What use do we have for these worldly possessions?" Zichin said solemnly, "Even if you die, I'll bury these worldly possessions with you. Afterwards, I'll avenge you. Take them. Don't talk nonsense. You won't be able to return to the tribe. Take these things and find a safe place to train." Zichin still shook his head, unwilling to accept them. "He, since he doesn't want them, then give them to me." A laugh rang out from afar. Immediately afterwards, a figure leapt up and landed in front of the three of them. "Dia, it's you." Jesse looked at Dia. "Give them to me. Don't worry. I definitely won't disappoint you." Dia extended his hand towards the two of them, a smile on his face. Jesse and Aud simultaneously placed their spiritual rings in Zichin's hands, then stood up and pushed Zichin. It seemed as though they wanted to push Zichin away, but Zichin didn't budge at all. Even when the two of them worked together, they couldn't move him. "Zichin, hurry up and leave. You're no match for him." The two of them shouted in unison. Zichin shook his head. He said coldly, "I won't leave. I can't save your lives. All I can do is avenge you. If they don't die, I will." "Zichin, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and leave." Aud roared. But he was seriously injured and couldn't move Zichin at all. Jesse was frantic. He knew his own situation. He only had a single breath left. Once he let it out, he would most likely die. A puny Earth-level cultivator like you actually dares to dream of revenge? You must be dreaming. Still, that's fine. After killing you, I'll be able to obtain another law fragment. Dia laughed savagely, looking at the two anxious people. Zichin had a trace of guilt on his face. He said, "I'm really sorry. If I didn't hide my strength and was magnanimous, I wouldn't have shown my strength earlier. You wouldn't be in this situation. This matter is my fault." As he spoke, Zichin used both hands to push aside the two people blocking his way and walked straight ahead. At this moment, the two of them were still in a daze because of Zichin's words. Obviously, they did not understand the meaning behind Zichin's words. An Earth Realm expert dares to challenge an Emptiness Realm expert? Interesting, very interesting. Let me think about how I should kill you. Dia sized up Zichin, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Zichin said indifferently, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. My time is limited, and so is my friend's time. Let's end this quickly." "Not a bad idea. I like it. Don't worry. I'll kill you as fast as I can. I'll kill you in one move." Zichin's eyes flashed with dense killing intent. "Shameless boasting. Die." Dia charged towards Zichin. With a flash of light, a weapon appeared in his hand. This was his ethereal weapon. The ethereal law flowed on it. "My time is limited," Zichin said indifferently. A black glove appeared on his right hand. Immediately after, a black blade appeared in his hand. He gripped the blade and slashed forward. A black blade light flashed on the mountain peak. "Pooh, The blade light pierced through the ethereal weapon and landed on Dia's neck. Then the light swept past. Dia's head flew up with a sinister smile and a smug look on its face. He suddenly saw a headless corpse below him holding his weapon and charging forward. However, after taking 2 steps, blood spurted out from the neck. At this moment, Dia's consciousness also dissipated. Zi-Chen's slash just now was so clean. He killed an ethereal realm expert with 1 slash. Jesse and Oder opened their eyes wide. They looked ahead in disbelief. Their expressions were extremely shocked. Zi-Chen turned back. A drop of blood dripped from the black blade in his hand. At this moment, he emitted the aura of an ethereal realm expert. His black clothes fluttered in the wind. He looked very cold. "I said that I would avenge you," Zi-Chen said. His voice was sonorous and forceful. It was like an oath. "I believe you. I believe you." Jesse laughed. He laughed loudly. His laughter was proud and carefree. Of course, he was not happy because Zi-Chen had avenged him. Instead, he was happy because he had met such an amazing brother. Jesse's laughter came to an abrupt end. He let out his last breath. The smile on his face also froze. His body fell backward. "Third brother." Oder supported Jesse and shouted loudly. He looked very sorrowful. Jesse had lost all signs of life. "Put him away first. We'll kill our way back and take revenge." The killing continued in the rich Python tribe. All sorts of screams rang out. Many Earth Prime experts knew that they were no match for Jesse and began to flee. The 2 realms of reality were still fighting. The original hull had been completely destroyed. The 2 fought fiercely in the air. The realms of reality constantly clashed, causing the void to tremble. On the mountain peak, Zi-Chen took away Jesse's corpse. Oder used all the strength in his body to protect his last chance of survival. Zi-Chen carried him on his back and flew in the direction of the tribe. After Zi-Chen left, a flame rushed out from his body. The flame transformed into a fire dragon. It coiled around Dia's corpse and took his head. Then, it returned to the everlasting pill cauldron. "It's been a long time since I've fought to my heart's content. I really miss those days." Oder's eyes shone with the light of reminiscence. "You won't have the chance to see a fight, but next you will see a massacre." "A one-sided massacre," Zi-Chen said. "A massacre is good. I've lived for so many years, but I've never seen a massacre. I've never seen a massacre at a higher level. In this world, I've only heard of beasts slaughtering humans. Then you should have known me earlier. I've always been killing people at a higher level. If you and I had known each other earlier, you would have seen too much. You would have been disgusted and disgusted." I hope so." At this moment, Oder was like a mortal. As Zi-Chen flew, he deliberately left behind a layer of energy to protect him. Oder heard the sound of fighting. He smiled and said, "Is it about to start?" Zi-Chen saw a familiar area. It was the place where many fruits of law were planted. At this moment, there was also a battle taking place. Chaz's men were fighting with the tribe. Looking at the fruits of law, Zi-Chen suddenly had an idea. "Let the battle begin here." As he spoke, Zi-Chen's figure descended. Oder also saw these fruits of law. As if guessing Zi-Chen's thoughts, he said, "You want to take these fruits of law?" Unexpectedly, Zi-Chen shook his head and said, "No, I want these fruits of law." Oder opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect Zi-Chen's appetite to be so big. Zi-Chen's figure had already landed, and a black blade appeared in his hand. While the 2 Earth Prime martial artists were fighting, Zi-Chen's 9 flashes of lightning appeared under his feet as he charged towards them. His mind scram without waiting for the Earth Elementals, who thought he had the chance to win, to speak. The black blade had already reached his neck and then slashed it. Puff! A head flew up. On the opposite side, the Earth Elementals who saw this scene were startled at first, but then a look of joy appeared on his face. He thought that reinforcements had arrived. Unfortunately, he saw a pair of indifferent and emotionless eyes. Then he saw a black light rushing towards him. Puff! With a flash of light, another head flew up. Zichen used his extreme speed to move forward in a straight line. Behind him, 2 fire dragons rushed out and swept away the 2 earth elementals' corpses. Along the way, Zichen killed 6 earth elementals, and he attacked 6 times with his blade. Although he had already guessed that Zichen was very powerful and had seen Zichen kill Daya with 1 strike with his own eyes, Oder was still shocked at this moment. Finally, Zichen arrived in front of the 2 fighting Emptiness Realm experts. How dare a puny earth elementals come here? Die! The Emptiness Realm expert shouted. He held up the void space and pressed it down on Zichen. Zichen held his blade and swung it. A blade light appeared. The void space was cut open by Zichen's blade. The power of the blade light did not decrease as it continued to move towards the Emptiness Realm expert. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the blade light still slashed through the Emptiness Realm expert's neck and chopped off his head. With 1 slash, the void space was broken. An Emptiness Realm expert was dead. You. The other Emptiness Realm expert was clearly shocked beyond words. He was so scared that he kept retreating. Zichen swung his blade again. The blade light flashed, and another head flew up. Zichen was cold and indifferent. He walked towards the battlefield step by step. Wherever he passed, he swung his blade. Every time the blade fell, a cultivator would die. They all died in the same way. Every one of them had their heads chopped off and their souls extinguished. Puff! Puff! The blade light continued to flash. Zichen continued to walk. Everywhere he passed, blood spurted out like a bloody rain. Zichen's ultimate goal was the law fruit tree in front of him. How is it? Is this considered a massacre? Zichen asked. Looking at the terrified faces, Oder nodded vigorously and said, Yes, it is. It is definitely a massacre. The most naked massacre, the simplest massacre, and also the most brutal massacre. Zichen swung his blade and chopped off 2 more heads, as casually as if he was killing 2 chicks. He asked again, Are you satisfied? Of course I'm satisfied. I can die without regrets. This is a real battle, a battle that makes one's blood boil. Oder said excitedly as if he was the one who killed. Since you want to watch, then watch for a while longer. Thus, Zichen took a detour and sped up to find the escaping cultivators. Behind him, balls of flames appeared one after another. These flames turned into fire dragons one after another and swept away the corpses one after another. What do you want those corpses for? Oder saw this scene and asked in confusion. I have a Dharma treasure on me that can refine the corpses together with the primordial core and then refine a very large law fragment. How big? It's second only to a complete law fragment. Oder was shocked again. Zichen continued. If I just kill them and don't kill them, I can refine a complete law fragment. Then why don't you kill them? Because it doesn't look bloody at all, and it doesn't look like a massacre at all. It will be boring for you to watch. Just because you think about me, you waste so many things. If the things are gone, they can be found again. But if the brothers are gone, they can't be found anymore. Oder fell into silence. His eyes flashed. After a while, he said, You see, the things are gone, and the brothers are almost gone. Chapter 12:10. Along the way, he had killed one person with a single slash. Moreover, he had not divided into teams and killed everyone he saw. After killing to this extent, if they did not run, they would really be fools. They looked at Zichen from afar, their expressions full of fear. They looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a demon. They had never seen such a powerful figure. They had never seen such a murderous aura exuding from the other party. It was even denser than a corporeal realm expert. Zichen indifferently glanced at the cultivators in the distance before his gaze fell on the restriction in front of him again. He said, You should be tired of seeing all this killing. Let's take a rest first and get some fruit trees while we're at it. Aode seriously considered for a while and asked, "Are you really going to take away these fruit trees?" "You can't bear to." Aud smiled bitterly and said, "This isn't mine, so why would I be reluctant to part with it? Even if it was mine, I would still give it to you. But as far as I know, once this law fruit tree leaves the ground, it won't be able to survive unless it's placed in a special space. In the past, it was placed in a python's real space." Zichin said, "Your worries are reasonable, but I have a way." Aode nodded. "As long as you have a way. I still have a few tokens here. Take them and open this place. I even want to take away the fruit trees." "What's the use of tokens?" Zichin rejected Aude's good intentions. At the same time, he put away his long saber and took out a long spear. The long spear was silver in color, and there was lightning flowing on it. As soon as it appeared, a resonant dragon roar came from it. The appearance of the dragon soul spear made the dragon soul very excited. "What is this?" Aode asked. "My earth spirit weapon." Zichin replied, "That wasn't it. That was an earth spirit weapon." Aode said again, "If I'm not wrong, there should be a dragon soul inside." "Yes, a thunder dragon soul." "Amazing, really amazing." Aode exclaimed. Zichin looked at the dragon soul spear and said, "Did you hear that? My brother praised you. Don't let him down. Break it for me." Zichin pointed the tip of the spear in the direction of the restriction. Then he began to accumulate the power in his body. There was destructive power and void power. A powerful force was injected into the long spear, and the dragon roar became even louder. Zichin gripped his spear tightly and stabbed forward. The dragon's soul appeared from the spear with great power and rushed toward the seal. Its sharp claws clawed at the seal below, and the seal began to tremble. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the seal, and it exploded with a loud bang. A seal was broken, and the law fruit tree appeared. However, there was no longer a law fruit on the fruit tree. Perhaps it was because Di Yuan, who was guarding the fruit of law, took advantage of the chaos and took all these things away. Boom! The first restriction was shattered, but the dragon's soul did not return. Instead, it flew forward, and its tail slammed into the second restriction. Under the great force, the restriction was shattered. Then, a series of loud booms rang out as the restrictive spells exploded one after another. Among the orchards of laws, there were many fruits of laws. The cultivators in the distance were extremely envious, but after looking at Zichin and that domineering dragon soul, no one dared to go forward and have any ideas about those fruits. "The dragon soul is indeed powerful," Aode praised. "It's time for you to appear again." Zichin pointed at his glabella, and the purple gold gourd turned into a beam of purple gold light and rushed out. After rushing out, the purple gold gourd instantly enlarged and then hung upside down. As the lid of the gourd opened, a psychedelic light sprinkled down, enveloping the law fruit trees below. Then, a strong suction force appeared. Rumble. The earth shook, the fruit trees swayed, and the earth cracked. Under the suction force, the law fruit trees were separated from the ground and flew toward the purple gold gourd. Amazing! Aode sighed when he saw this scene. In the distance, the cultivators who had not yet escaped were even more shocked by the scene in front of them. In the midst of the shaking, a piece of law fruit trees was quickly taken away. The purple gold gourd flew forward and shrouded a second piece of law fruit trees. The rumbling sounds continued as the dragon soul was still breaking the other restrictions. When all the restrictions were destroyed, the dragon soul flew back. The dragon's soul flew back and hid in the dragon's soul spear. Zichin put away the spear. Next, the purple gold gourd began to collect the law fruit trees. One by one, the law fruit trees were collected at the same time. "You really have a lot of good things on you," Aode said. "Yes, I do have a lot," Zichin said. "You're so strong and have so many special things on you. I think you must have a lot of law fragments. Then why didn't you stay in Zhongzhen?" Aode asked in confusion. "I don't want to die yet. Zichin said. Indeed, you've always been very careful. Aoda nodded and asked at the same time, What are you going to do next? Avenge you and Jesse. Kill Chaz and Wamang. You're crazy. You're serious. Aoda's eyes widened. He naturally knew that Zichen's true strength was only at the Earth Essence realm. His virtual realm strength was just borrowed. Of course I'm not crazy. Revenge is just one of the reasons. Secondly, I'm really interested in Wamang's thing. Zichan walked towards the most central area of the battle. The sounds of the battle came from afar, and one after another, energy waves shook in all directions. Mountains collapsed in the tremors, and ancient trees turned to dust in the tremors. This was a confrontation between two forces, and it was also a battle of life and death. Some Earth Essence realm masters retreated far away, but they didn't continue to run away. In this situation, it was obvious that only one side could win, and they would follow the winning side in the future. These virtual realm masters were still fighting, but it wasn't to show their loyalty. It was because they had to declare their position. The energy between heaven and earth shook continuously. It was obvious that the battle was very fierce, but fierce didn't mean tragic. In fact, the battle in front of them was far from tragic. There was only a beautiful battle, and there were no bloody deaths. Earth Essence Realm Masters watched from afar, while Virtual Realm Masters watched from close range. The real, tragic battle of life and death was between the two reality Realm Masters in the distance. Both of their attacks were very straightforward. You used a sword and I used a saber. The sword was a physical spatial weapon, and so was the saber. Their attacks didn't have any fancy moves, but the murderous intent they contained made everyone retreat far away. As long as the two of them fought to the death, then all of them would join the winner's tribe. In this world, without the protection of a tribe, death would only come faster. Boom! Energy shook and the void trembled. Murderous intent swept across wildly. Everyone's attention was focused on the reality Realm Masters. One person appeared in the sky. To be precise, two people appeared. Zichin appeared with Odd on his back. He was wearing a pair of full black gloves and holding a black saber in his hand. He flew over from afar. It's Zichin and Odd. Odd seems to be injured. Seriously injured. They are traitors. Kill them. When the Earth Essence Realm Masters saw the two of them and Odd's condition, their expressions changed immediately. Then they rushed over. Zichen's expression was calm. He only tightened his grip on the long saber in his hand. Odd pursed his lips, and a hint of excitement appeared on his pale face. The slaughter is about to begin again, Odd murmured. Zichin slowly raised the long saber in his hand, and then gradually accelerated. Kill! Shouts rang out. Many Earth Essence Realm Masters rushed over. Many of them had earth weapons in their hands. In this world, the most worthless things were the lives of Earth Essence Realm Masters and their earth weapons. Swoosh! Zichin swung the long saber in his hand. The saber light flashed and disappeared. A head flew up, and a headless body fell to the ground. Zichin paused and took 3 steps to the left with Odd on his back. He dodged several attacks and swung the black saber in his hand again. Puff! A soft sound rang out again. A head flew up, and a body fell to the ground. Puff! Puff! Zichin swung his saber again. 2 more people were killed. They died in the same way. They were both beheaded. It was as if this was the only move that Zichin knew. 2 Earth Essence Realm Masters appeared behind Zichin. Their concealment techniques were very good. After they appeared in the sky, they charged at Odd, who was on Zichin's back. Zichin suddenly turned around and swung the long saber in his hand forward. A black saber light appeared in front of the two. The black saber light flashed and disappeared. Their soul wills disappeared along with the saber light. Puff! Puff! The saber light flashed again. Chen rushed through the crowd of Earth Essence Realm Masters. Behind him, the Fire Dragon swept up the bodies and disappeared. The Earth Essence Realm Masters who didn't go forward were horrified. They immediately retreated. However, before they could retreat, a huge virtual realm appeared and enveloped them. Virtual realm. He is in the virtual realm. What are you afraid of? Let's work together and break this place. The Earth Essence Realm Masters were panicking. However, they quickly gathered together and prepared to break this virtual realm. Swoosh! Chen appeared in the virtual realm. He raised the black saber in his hand and swung it down. The saber light signaled the beginning of death. In the virtual realm, there were screams begging for mercy and puffs. After 5 breaths, the virtual realm disappeared automatically. Chen appeared with Odd on his back. As for the 20 Earth Essence Realm Masters, they all disappeared. This scene attracted the attention of the virtual realm in the distance. However, Chen didn't care. Instead, he flew toward the virtual realm. Puff! He mobilized his virtual power and swung the black saber. Just like before, every time he swung the saber, a virtual realm master would die. Puff! Puff! One by one, the virtual realm masters fell. One by one, they died. These people were nothing in front of Chen. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. He broke all the rules in the world. Odd was in shock. Today, he finally saw the power of a human master. His means were much more terrifying than that of a battle beast. 1/1 virtual realm master, or Earth Essence Realm Master. Run! Someone shouted. The virtual realm masters who were still fighting turned around and ran when they saw the situation was not good. At this moment, facing Chen, who was a devil, no one cared about showing their attitude. Saving their lives was the most important thing. Thus, Chen single-handedly defeated the cultivators of the 2 tribes. First, he killed the Earth Essence Realm Masters. Then he killed the virtual realm masters. This was something that even a battle beast couldn't do. Odd was shocked. Chen was happy. Chapter 12:11. Chen had killed everyone, but it wasn't over yet. He didn't have the guts to find trouble with the 2 reality realm masters. He set his sights on the virtual realm masters again and turned around to hunt them down. The virtual realm's virtual realm rules were very useful to him. Similarly, they were 100 times more valuable than the Earth realm rules. Killing one was equivalent to killing 100 Earth realm masters, so it was worth it. He's coming. Run. Run. Seeing Chen coming, the cultivators' expressions changed. Both the Earth realm and the virtual realm masters started to run. Chen mainly killed the virtual realm masters, but after seeing the Earth realm masters, he didn't mind killing them to get a rule fragment. The crowd dispersed. This time they really ran away. Compared to dying after leaving, they were more afraid of dying now. Chen carried odor and chased after the fleeing cultivators. Chen was very fast. His saber flashed like a waterfall. In the void, slashing sounds could be heard. Those who were too slow were chopped down with a single slash. Some virtual realm masters wanted to hide in their own void, but under Chen's young eye, they were undoubtedly committing suicide. Soon, there were no more cultivators in the sky. There were only 2 reality realm masters left in the entire tribe. After a fierce attack, Wamang flew hundreds of meters away and laughed. Great. So what if you win? You don't even have a subordinate. At our level, what's the use of subordinates? We just need to be strong. Chaz snorted and rushed forward. His attacks were getting fiercer. We underestimated that little guy. I didn't expect him to have such means. Aren't you afraid that he'll come and take advantage of us when we're both injured? Wamang said while blocking the attacks. Chaz glanced at Wamang disdainfully and said, "He's just an Earth realm master. No matter how strong he is, he can't be a threat to a reality realm master. You usually don't talk much, but now you talk so much nonsense. Are you scared?" "Scared? Are you kidding me? I'm not scared of you." Wamang shouted angrily and changed from blocking to counterattacking. Chen chased them for thousands of miles and killed more than 20 cultivators before giving up. Behind him, Odd's spirit gradually weakened as his life force began to fade away. Chen coldly watched the crowd leave. "Why aren't you chasing anymore?" Otter asked weakly. He no longer had the spirit from before. "I've killed too many already. I'm tired of killing. Now, I'll find you a good burial ground." Chen flew high up in the sky and looked down. "What's the point of looking for a burial ground? Just refine me as well," Otter casually said. "I can refine others, but I can't refine my own brothers." Chen's expression was serious. He pointed to a patch of open space in the middle of the forest and asked, "Do you think that's okay?" "The spiritual energy is very dense. It seems to be a good burial ground." Aoda lowered his head to take a look. In the Jianwu continent, once a cultivator died, they could only be refined. To have a burial place was already very rare. Placing Otter down and Jessie on the side, Chen took out 3 jugs of wine and said, "Let's try this one last time." Chen put a jug next to Jessie and opened the lid. Otter took the jug and took out the spirit ring, wanting to give it to Chen. Chen raised the jug in his hand and said, I already have a lot of law fragments now. I don't need these." Saying so, Chen raised his head and drank. Otter smiled bitterly. In this world, who would complain about having too much wealth? Chen smiled. "I have a lot of wealth on me, a lot. If I can leave this place alive, I will definitely kill Wamang and Chaz and take their things. I will become a tycoon among those of the same level. When I run out of wealth, I will find some small tribes and sell them law fruit trees. If they want to trade, I will make another fortune. If they want to take it by force, then I will make a fortune." Otter was startled when he heard this, then laughed loudly. Obviously, he didn't expect Chen to have such a plan. He was just an Earth Prime, yet he dared to sell law fruit trees. It was obvious that he was telling the world that he was stupid but had a lot of good things, and if others tried to rob him, Chen would use his powerful combat strength to rob them back. After seeing Chen's methods today, Otter believed that no one below the corporeal realm could do anything to Chen. What a clever plan, what a cunning idea. Otter sighed again and again. Then the two laughed and drank. After that, the two chatted for a while. Otter's eyes gradually became unfocused, and his spirit became extremely weak. "Chen, it's nice to meet you. Be careful." Otter looked at Chen with unfocused eyes. Chen looked at Otter's fading vitality and said, "It's also my pleasure to meet you." Otter's eyes slowly closed. The jug in his hand fell, and his whole body fell backward. Otter was gone. Chen's mood became very heavy. 2 of his friends who came to this world died, just like that. Chen had great strength, but he didn't have the means to save the 2 of them. After he buried the 2 of them together, he engraved a large array around them. The array was activated. This small forest was wrapped in a mysterious power and sunk deep into the ground. After that, Chen got up and returned. Above the Wapython tribe, the battle between Wapython and Chaz continued. Blood splattered in the air like a light rain. The battle continued for a long time. The 2 were completely enraged and began to fight to the death. Wapython shook his body and revealed his true form. This was a black python that was 200 meters long and as thick as a millstone. He stared at Chaz with cold eyes. The long blade in his hand turned into a beam of light and turned into his tooth. He only had 1 tooth in his mouth, but it was very sharp. Die. After revealing his true form, Wapython rushed toward Chaz. The powerful strength in his body was pushed to the limit. Die. The murderous intent around Chaz became more intense. The long sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light. He raised the long sword high, and his body emitted a dazzling light. He became one with the sword and attacked Wapython. Boom! Powerful energy vibrated. Wapython and Chaz collided. The void shook as the two of them rushed forward. On Python's body there was a long gash. Blood dripped from the wound. This was caused by the long sword. On Chaz's body there was a bloody hole. The bloody hole completely penetrated his body. This was the work of the sharp teeth. The powerful attack caused the two of them to be even more injured. However, their expressions didn't change. They turned around and rushed at each other again. Boom! Boom! The tremors resounded between heaven and earth. The two of them were fighting with their lives. More and more wounds appeared on Python's body. More and more bloody holes appeared on Chaz's body. In the end, the two of them didn't use the power of reality to heal their wounds. Instead, they chose to suppress their attacks and attack crazily. The two of them were competing to see who could hold on first and who would die first. Zi Chen heard the sounds of collisions from afar. He knew that the two of them were about to fight to the death. In this world, if two people of the same level wanted to fight to the death, other than Zi Chen, who had abnormal combat power, it would take a long time. If they wanted to quickly decide the victor, they had to fight with their lives on the line. Moreover, they had to be fast because the shock waves from the battle would spread far away. If they were unlucky, they might encounter another reality realm cultivator. The two of them were obviously lucky. Until now, they hadn't encountered a passing reality realm cultivator. Unfortunately, they met Zi Chen. At his peak, Zi Chen couldn't do anything to the two of them. He would even run away if he saw them. However, once the two of them were seriously injured, it was hard to say who would live and who would die. Boom! Zi Chen saw the two of them collide from afar. Then they were both sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. The powerful shock waves spread in all directions, causing the void to tremble. In the Tianwu continent, Zi Chen could shatter space when he was in the mortal realm. However, in the Zhanwu continent, even a reality realm cultivator couldn't break space here. Die! The two of them shouted at the same time and rushed forward again. Zi Chen, on the other hand, hid in the void and slowly approached the front. He was looking for an opportunity to kill. You're just a human. Your vitality is so weak. How can you compare to me? Wemeng didn't wait for Chaz to catch his breath and rushed at him again. He opened his bloody mouth and bit at his opponent. Swoosh! Chaz took a deep breath and ignored the injuries on his body. He shook the long sword in his hand, and a sharp sword chi shot out toward Wemeng. Uft! Another wound appeared on Wemeng's body. However, half of Chaz's body was almost bitten off. This wasn't the most fatal injury. The most fatal was the destructive power in Chaz's body. This destructive power wanted to destroy his vitality. Zi Chen was still approaching carefully. His eyes were fixed on the two of them. He was thinking about who should be his first target. Wemeng's injuries were also very serious. However, in the next moment, he transformed into his human form. His body was covered with wounds, but because his human form was smaller, he consumed less energy. Therefore, he looked better than Chaz. If you run now, you can still make it. Wemeng in human form said. In your dreams, Chaz said coldly. He knew that he couldn't run. If he ran, he would be discouraged and die. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Wemeng grinned. His fangs turned into a long sword and he rushed at Chaz Dai. Chaz went crazy. He was ready to risk everything. He didn't defend and let Wemeng's attack pierce into his body. At the same time, he stabbed the long sword in his hand into Wemeng's body and twisted it. A terrifying energy circulated in Wemeng's body, trying to destroy his organs and vitality. Wemeng screamed in pain and kicked Chaz away. Chaz retreated, and his body became unstable in the air. His injuries had clearly reached a fatal level. However, he wasn't afraid. He was still smiling. Wemeng's injuries were also very serious. His heart was almost crushed. He became very angry because this attack was a threat to him. However, this was the only attack his opponent could make. There was no chance for him to make another attack. You're dead, Wemeng said coldly. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Chaz held the long sword in his hand tightly. Then he compressed his reality to protect his only chance of survival. He was ready to make another desperate attack. You don't have a chance. Chapter 12:12. A voice came from behind him, startling Chaz. He immediately turned around, holding his long sword in front of him to protect himself. There was someone standing in front of him. It was the Earth Yuan who had been crazily slaughtering people. It's you. Recognizing the other, Chaz's eyes were filled with disdain. The difference between the Earth Yuan and the corporeal realm was immeasurable. No matter how extraordinary the other was, he was simply courting death by provoking a corporeal realm cultivator. A corporeal realm cultivator was confident that he could shatter his weapon and take away his life. Even the injured Chaz was still full of contempt and disdain when he saw Zichen. However, before he could open his mouth and say things like courting death or idiot, he felt a surge of power above his head. He sensed something was wrong and looked up into the sky. Then he saw a huge cauldron falling from the sky, smashing towards his face. Facing this attack, Chaz's expression changed instantly. He didn't have time to react and could only hold his long sword above his head. Bang! The everlasting cauldron smashed down and hit the long sword. A powerful and pure force passed through the long sword and into Chaz's body. His arm went limp and he retracted his long sword. The cauldron smashed into his head with a loud bang. His body began to sway. Rise! The attack was effective. Zichen shouted, and the everlasting cauldron rose again. When it reached a certain height, it came down again with a whistling sound, smashing into Chaz's head. Get lost! Chaz became flustered and exasperated. He roared and slashed at the cauldron with his long sword. Clang! The long sword hit the cauldron, but the expected scene of the cauldron breaking didn't happen. Instead, the long sword hit the cauldron with a loud clang and sparks flying. Then, an even stronger force came out. Chaz's long sword was knocked away, and the cauldron smashed into his head again. What? How is this possible? Chaz's head was shaken, and his expression was one of disbelief. His body kept retreating in the air. Dong! Bang! While he was retreating, the cauldron rose and fell again. One hit, another hit, another hit. In a short period of time, Chaz was hit several times by the cauldron. Every hit was on his head. The corporeal realm defense around him finally loosened. The corporeal realm's rules gradually dissipated and could no longer protect him. Boom! The cauldron smashed down once more. This was the last strike, and it was filled with power. Chaz was unable to withstand it any longer. His eyes rolled back, and he was knocked unconscious. At the same time, his body fell backwards and landed on the ground. Clang! At this moment, the lid of the limitless pill cauldron suddenly opened, and several fire dragons rushed out from it. After the fire dragons rushed out, they intertwined with each other and roared as they swept towards Chaz. Not only did they sweep away Chaz's body, but they also successfully collected the corporeal weapon into the pill cauldron. Clang! With another sound, the lid of the cauldron was completely closed, and Chaz was nowhere to be seen. This scene happened very quickly, and it took less than 2 breaths of time. By the time Zichen appeared, Pill Crucible had already appeared. Zichen's words successfully attracted Chaz's attention. Then, the pill cauldron smashed down continuously. It could be said that Chaz was caught off guard and was completely knocked unconscious. For a corporeal realm expert to be knocked unconscious, it was obvious how powerful the cauldron was. Chaz was knocked unconscious, but on the other side, Wamang wasn't hit, but he also felt a little dizzy. He didn't expect that what he had said before would actually become reality. Chaz, a corporeal realm expert, was really taken away by the Earth Yuan. Who are you? The fiery red cauldron exuded an ancient and desolate aura. One could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary object. Now that Chaz had been sucked into it, it could be said that the odds were against him. Wamang was very afraid of the cauldron, so he asked coldly, I am Zichen from the Martial Sky Continent. replied Chen indifferently. At this moment, within the limitless pill cauldron, Cauldron Spirit was controlling it with all its might to refine Chaz. The cauldron would occasionally shake, but not violently. This was because Chaz was already half dead from Wamang's attacks. He was now struggling at death's door with only one breath left. Wamang's expression kept changing. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, Chen also didn't speak. He quietly looked at Wamang. The energy in the air dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Wamang was the first to break the silence. He asked, "What is this thing? How did it block a strike from a corporeal expert?" Chen glanced at Wamang, seemingly hesitating. After a while, he said, "This is the limitless pill cauldron, a rare treasure in this world." A rare treasure in this world. Wamang had some doubts on his face. Chen nodded and said, "That's right. It is a rare treasure in this world. I brought it from the Martial Sky continent, but in truth, it is a product of the Martial War continent. It is said that it was born naturally after the Martial War continent appeared. As long as you have the materials, you can refine any kind of medicinal pellet in this world." "Is it really that miraculous?" asked Wamang. "Of course. Not only can it refine any kind of medicinal pellet in this world, it can also refine any kind of laws. When an earth element fragment is placed inside, it can refine a complete sphere of laws. It contains a complete law, just like a fruit of laws. In addition, the earth element fragments it can refine are equivalent to half a ripe fruit of laws. It is the same for the void realm. As long as you enter and refine it, you will have a complete void law. Conversely, the refined void law will be 5 times stronger than a normal void law." Wamang's eyes lit up. His face was full of curiosity and surprise. "That's not all. If a corporeal expert is placed inside, it can also be refined. It can refine fragments of the corporeal laws." Wamang said, "According to what you said, this cauldron is a rare treasure." "That's right. It is hard to find in this world," said Chen. "However, this is not the only treasure I have. I still have another treasure." "Oh, what treasure?" Wamang became very curious. Lightning flashed on Chen's back. The 6-winged heavenly thunder wings appeared. The thunder wings on Chen's back flapped, and the void space appeared. After seeing the thunder wings, Wamang's expression changed again. However, when he saw the void space that extended from Chen's back, a trace of shock appeared on his face. He asked, This is—" "That's right. This is a treasure that can increase one's strength by 1 realm. Although its origin is not as good as this cauldron, its effects are more practical than the cauldron's," Chen said proudly. Wamang stood in the distance and watched. Because of Chen's treasure, his expression became very excited. He was currently in the corporeal realm. If he wanted to break through to the next realm, he didn't know how many years it would take. In any case, he hadn't broken through for 10,000 years. However, the thunder wings on Chen's back gave him hope for a breakthrough. Treasure. It really is a treasure. Wamang was very excited. "All right, I only have these 2 treasures on me. I've told you all my secrets. Now, let's exchange your secrets. What is the thing Chaz wants?" asked Chen. Wamang moved his gaze away from the thunder wings with difficulty and looked at Chen again. He said, "Do you know what a domain is?" "Domain? What's that?" Chen looked confused, then shook his head to show that he didn't know. "There are 5 realms in the Earth realm. They are Earth realm, Void realm, Corporeal realm, Domain realm, and World realm." Wamang said, "The Jianu continent is divided into 9 continents. Each continent has 49 prefectures, and each prefecture is made up of 108 cities. I've been in this world for tens of thousands of years, but I've only been to 2 cities in 1 prefecture." Chen listened quietly. This was the first time he had heard that there were realms after the corporeal realm. However, Wamang had only been to 2 cities after staying in this world for tens of thousands of years. This was still very surprising. The last time we attacked that small tribe, it was actually to establish our own tribe. However, we didn't expect to find a token from a prefecture in that tribe, said Wamang. A token from a prefecture? Zi Chen looked even more confused. That's right. There's a prefecture in each prefecture. It's said that it's an ancient battlefield that was created by a god-level master. There's one in each prefecture. It's said that many battles have taken place there, and those who died were all domain realm masters. However, when a domain realm master dies, the realm they created doesn't disappear. A realm is the best tonic in the world for a corporeal realm master. Wamang paused here. Zi Qin completely understood the truth behind the brothers killing each other. It was because of a token from a prefecture. Zi Qin asked, if I'm not wrong, a token from a prefecture can only be entered by one person, right? Wamang looked at Zi Chen with admiration and said, You're very smart. You've guessed the crux of the problem right away. That's right. A token can only be entered by one person. Zi Chen frowned and said, If that's the case, why don't you guys team up and get another token? This time, Wamang smiled and didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, Do you know how many corporeal realm masters there are in each city? Zi Chen shook his head blankly. I don't know the exact number, but I can tell you that there are guards in each city. These guards are all at least at the corporeal realm. My initial estimate is that there are 10,000 guards in each city. You can calculate how many corporeal realm guards there are in total in all 108 cities. This doesn't include those who live in the cities or the corporeal realm masters outside. If you really want to calculate, the total number of corporeal realm masters in a prefecture is definitely more than 10 million. Zi Chen was shocked by this number. What did it mean to have more than 10 million corporeal realm masters? What's more, this was only the corporeal realm masters in one prefecture. One had to know that there were 49 prefectures on this continent. There are at least 10 million corporeal realm masters, but do you know how many tokens there are in total? 100,000. 100,000 tokens scattered across 108 cities. There are less than 1,000 tokens in each city. This number of tokens is less than 1,000, and you have to include the ones distributed to the city lords. You can calculate how many tokens have been circulated. Wamang said, Obtaining one of these tokens is already a stroke of heaven-defying luck. If you want to obtain two, you have to be a relative of a city lord. However, every city lord is an unreachable existence. With such a relative who would want to stay outside. Zi Chen nodded in understanding. It seemed that these tokens were indeed very rare. This also indirectly explained why Chaz had abandoned his wife and put his life on the line to fight Wamang to the death. Similarly, Wamang didn't want to escape because he was worried that Chaz would become ruthless and leak the news if he couldn't find him.